Good morning, everyone, and welcome to round 4 of Sardinia World Chess Festival. It's a morning round, so chess players are not morning creatures,
No.
and neither are the commentators. We'll try to wake up during the show. And with this out of the way, let's go. So, today we will have round 4 and 5. Yeah. And it will be quite a challenging day. So before the round begins, or like maybe it has already begun, but I've seen the players are not all at the tournament.
They are arriving now. So.
Yes, the players are a little bit late. And let's check the standings. So we have how many? 8 players, right? 8 players on 3 out of 3 on perfect score. Starting with the highest rated out of these 8 players is Alan Pichot, representing Spain, but originally from Argentina.
Yes.
Yeah, and we have a couple of players under 18, so Indian Grandmaster Bharat, and then International Master from Turkey, Eray Kilic, and so on and so forth. Then it's a bunch of players on 2.5, and also the top seeds are on 2.5, like Sugirov, Fedoseev, and like all the top rated players of the tournament are on 2.5. And as usual, we will be concentrating mostly on top 10 boards, and we will check the streamers' games. Today we have two games of the streamers. Yesterday both the sisters were playing against each other. Today we will look at 2 games of both sisters. So this is the pairing for today. Already we have a couple of Grandmaster encounters. So Bharat from India playing Pichot on the board 1. Then Jules Moussard playing Viktor Michalevsky on board 2, as you can see. Huschenbeth, yesterday we didn't check his game that much, and only at the very end. We've seen some rook endgame, and all of a sudden it was winning. So Huschenbeth is playing Jair Parhov from Israel. And Francesco Sonis, who had his birthday yesterday, a very nice win, he is facing Eray Kilic. So these are the leaders. And then, as you can see, Fedoseev, Sugirov, Lagarde, Darda, all the usual suspects. Chigaev, Luca Moroni. Luca, by the way, he started with a draw, and then he's back to the leading group, 2.5 out of 3.
More pairings.
So, and the lowest rated of the players on 2.5, Ritvik Krishnan, FIDE master from India, 2277, and he's on 2.5 out of 3. Very, very impressive. On 2 points, still quite a few very high-rated players. So Kirill Shevchenko, Jordan Van Forest, those 2 players lost 1 game, and then Volodar Murzin has made 2 draws. So already our very ELO favorites, they do suffer. They cannot win easily. It's a very tough tournament for all of them. Okay, and the games mostly started. I'm checking what to see right now. Maybe we start with streamers boards, Let's see if sisters manage to wake up. I don't know. I mean, they are on European tour, so it's unlikely that they suffer some jet lag, so they're fine already, right?
No,
it's not the first tournament they're playing.
Yeah, they are already in Europe more than a month, so I think they don't have jet lag anymore.
Yeah.
But morning rounds, they are very difficult for
Of
everyone.
course, for everyone. Yeah, so
no time to prepare, not enough sleep, different things.
Yeah. Okay. Alexandra finds herself with the white pieces against the King's Indian. I think she played some King's Indian with black, if I'm not mistaken. Or something King's Indian like.
Yes.
One of the games she won with black was
King's Indian.
sort of a King's Indian. So now she's having the same position with the white pieces. Same opening. Not the same position, but the same opening.
And she's playing a 13-year-old kid.
Matteo Nardoni, from Italy, I suspect. Yeah.
Yeah, and he's how How is this? How much rating is he?
That's a big tournament, so I don't know, it's like 1700 maybe, 1800. To remind you, Alexandra is one of the leaders of the B tournament,
Yeah.
3 out of 3 after her victory against her sister Andrea yesterday.
Yeah, with more than 60,000 people watching the game.
Yeah. Andrea herself is having the black pieces, and it's funny that it says she has already won once again. Some Fijian glitch. So of course, the game is in progress, as you can see from
It
the
just
camera view.
started, yeah.
Yeah, as you can see from the camera view. So here, this is
Oh,
what you call accelerated dragon
Yeah.
with queen takes d4 and knight c3. This is surprising, because I thought the whole point was here you were trying to go e5, knight c6, queen a4, and you need to play queen a4 because otherwise there will be check. So knight e5 and then check on a5. So like this, queen a4, knight d5, queen e4. I think this was the line back in the day. Like white was trying to kind of refute black's setup entirely, because knight c3, black wins the tempo with knight c6. Queen a4,
and now
and now
it
okay,
is-
now e5 is kind of a threat, and if you play a6, I think they can still go e5 because b5 there is bishop takes and the pawn is pinned. You cannot take back. I think that this was the idea. I'm not sure, to be honest, what is the correct move here. Andrea went for d6, allowing e5, knight e5, bishop g7. Yeah, probably this is fine. So now if white takes it, black is ready to sacrifice the pawn because black in this case wins quite a few tempi, and then
and
we'll
also
get-
there is some sacrifices with rook c8, maybe rook takes c3.
even like this, yeah. I mean, especially if white decides to go castle mode, yeah. Okay, so anyway, it's too early to discuss. So this is the opening position. This is the opening position for Alexandra, and let us get going with the top boards, with the grandmasters. On board one, Subramanian Bharat from India against Alan Pichot, and we've seen Alan winning quite a few very intriguing endgames. So today there might be another example of those. So what we have is this Scotch game or whatever. Yeah, it is called the Scotch game, right? Knight f6,
Yeah.
knight takes, pawn takes, and then instead of the main move e5, or the other move would be, no, not knight c3 here. Wait a sec. Knight c3 here, bishop b4, takes. This is also possible. 4 knights d4. White played surprising moves. Knight d2. I'm not sure if I've seen knight d2 in this position.
Yeah, never see that.
Knight d2, d5, e d5, c d5, check, exchange on d7 and castle. So this is like very, very modest approach by white, but at the same time, why not? Like it is playable.
bad, yeah.
It is playable. So they've played a few more moves. Bishop e7, b3, black castles, and white goes bishop b2. Bishop b2. So now I think is the moment for black to decide what to do against c4. Because if you play some move like rook e8, c4 might be interesting. Like c4, the idea is like if c4 d4, then even though this is kind of a strong passed pawn, white might be in time to go here, block it with the knight, and yeah, kind of try to play around this d4 pawn, even though it's quite a strong pawn here. Relatively quiet opening. Probably we can say that white will not have like a huge advantage or something. And funny situation is on board 2. From the camera view, we can see Jules Moussard adjusting the pieces, and the position is very familiar. starting
Yeah,
position.
he just arrived.
Yeah,
That is the thing of morning rounds.
yeah, so he was a bit late and just arrived at the board. E4 from Jules Moussard. I know his opponent quite well, Viktor Mikhalevsky from Israel. If I'm not mistaken, we played a game roughly 20 years ago at Canadian Open. So he's a well-seasoned player. I think 2600 was his peak rating. So not an easy walk for Moussard. We'll see, and we see the Ruy Lopez. Knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5. Mikhalevsky, if I'm not mistaken, he was playing the open Spanish. So it's a6. What we call the open Spanish is a6, knight f6, and if white castles, black captures the pawn on e4.
But this is interesting, right?
Yeah.
Because after
Yeah,
d4...
This, yes, d4, and then I think this is the move. And this is the move, and it's a long theory. Like takes, bishop, now d5 is hanging, bishop e6 has to be played, and then white has like a bunch of moves. Queen e2, c3, knight d2, I think bishop e3, that sometimes they play, and I'm always confusing these lines. It's not easy. I remember this was, back in the day, like a challenging line to go queen e2, rook d1, and then try to play c4 while the d pawn is pinned. Like I say, if black goes bishop e7, you go here, and then after castles you go c4. Whoa. Mikhalevsky played b5.
Wow.
b5, bishop b3, and this is something very original. After bishop b3, he continued with knight a5. So the whole idea is that back in the day, it was considered to be too early to go b5, so that's why all the main lines in the Spanish are connected with knight to f6. There is knight e7, but it's a relatively rare move. So it was considered that if you go b5, bishop b3, it's too early, and let's say after knight f6, black might get in trouble with white having the bishop on b3 attacking f7. So b5, if it's played, is connected with very specific idea. To go knight a5, to sacrifice this pawn, and then to play something very similar to what we were discussing yesterday. Knight f6, if d3, I don't know, probably bishop e7 first, or bishop b7 first, but eventually they play d5 and try to play kind of for the pawn he sacrifices. Wait, there is also, I'm stupid. There is also queen e7 here, right? Yeah. There is also queen e7, and you probably can try to win the pawn back. Whoa. And Moussard, he's playing knight c3, so he's not taking the pawn. He's just playing this one. No, but this allows black to take. Now b5 is also hanging. I thought black can take go d6, but then b5 is hanging. Tricky. So if you take on b3, both pawns are hanging, e5 and b5, and it's still, white is still winning a pawn, unless you go b4, but then it's then like you're overextending structure, right? Knight d5, I guess, knight d5, knight e3, then knight to c4. So we'll see. Knight c3 is an interesting move. I'm not aware of the theory of this move, and I suspect if you go d6, defending the pawn, then I guess d4. He took the bishop. Okay. Knight b3, a b3. I'm really interested to see what he's planning to do. I mean, maybe he will sacrifice the pawn, like go bishop b7 and knight f6, something like this.
Yeah, he played bishop b7. Bishop
b7 is already on the board. Okay, so knight takes, pawn takes, bishop b7. Interesting discussion in the opening, and Mikhalevsky seems to be well prepared. He wasn't surprised by knight c3. Okay, promises us an interesting game. Then on board 3, Niklas Huschenbeth with black against Yair Parhov. And Niklas, till this round, he has shown a very good preparation. if you remember,
Nicholas.
in round 2, he played like some very long, sharp line of the Catalan when both players knew what they were doing. So he's usually very well prepared. And let's check what's happening here in this game. So this is what we call Queen's Gambit accepted. So c4, Queen's Gambit, d takes c4. Black accepts the gambit. But it's never played. It's never played in order to keep the pawn, right? So keeping this c4 pawn is almost impossible for black. So the usual move here would be to go e6 after bishop c4 to go c5, and so on. And Husmer went with bishop to g4. Back in the day, I think it had the reputation of being dubious move. Bishop takes c4, and now white has a threat of taking on f7, going knight e5. So e6 is the move. Knight c3, c5. So usually you would have the bishop on c8, and I don't know, bishop on e7 maybe. So bishop g4, of course, makes this bishop a little bit more active, but at the same time, let's say b7 is not protected, there is not so many pieces to protect this diagonal, and this is what white is trying to use. Queen a4 check, knight d7, knight e5, hitting the bishop. Also, maybe planning to attack the knight on d7. Black captures on d4, e d4, and a7, a6. Prepared to go b5. So this looks like a critical line. Take the knight. Knight takes. And now black has a threat of b5, so maybe queen back to d1 or bishop back to e2, I don't know, just to kick the knight back. Let's say castle and just play this position. So white will have an isolated pawn, but a pair of bishops. So
And also the king is still in the
yeah,
center.
king in center. So that's exactly that. Because I was thinking, let's say maybe black can play knight b6. Try to. No, he cannot play knight b6 because it's against rules of chess. I'm not sure if I woke up, as you can tell. B5. Queen b3, yes. So my point is that black cannot like really do all of that before developing the vision
it's a
of
little bit
castling.
uncomfortable.
It can be very dangerous. So I'm a little bit surprised with the black's opening choice because Nicholas he played it very fast. So it's not like he confused something. It's clearly the preparation,
Yeah.
but it looks very how to say, very risky.
He got 3 minutes.
Yeah,
instead.
he even got 3 minutes, so
Yeah.
that means like really blitzing all the moves.
So maybe this is a prep.
No,
for
of course,
him.
yeah, it is. It's just that I'm saying like despite we pretty much know he prepared, but still I'm not convinced it's such a good position for black. We'll ask the robot what it's thinking. It actually says d5. Whoa, can be something very sharp. d5, and then the point is if you go b5, white has bishop b5, and now he opened the fourth
very
rank.
nice.
So that's why d5. But the position is still very unclear. Pawn takes, queen takes, let's say, knight f6, queen e2, and b4. And the check, and queen d7, and takes on e6 with a check, pawn takes. Computer, even though white is a pawn up, computer is not convinced white is better because black probably has some strong initiative. So that's one of the possible lines. Not necessarily that this will happen, but it can happen. And we have one more game of the leaders on board 4. Francesco Sonis with white against the Rai Kilic. And this is very different. So in the previous couple of games we had like theoretical discussions, something very theory heavy. Here Francesco went knight f3, g3, ready opening, very quiet, trying to, what they call play on understanding. Yeah, so just says, okay, I'm not interested in opening discussions, I just want to develop my pieces and play slowly. Black, however, went with knight c6. So now if you go bishop g2, black would have built a very strong center with e5. So that's why d4 is usually the move. And even funnier, knight b4, it's not because black is hoping to win the pawn. Of course, white will defend it with knight a3. But after a few more moves, yeah, the knight just returns back. Knight b1, knight b4, and then white has to, in order not to repeat the moves. Yeah, this is tricky. So you probably don't want to play b3. Probably don't want to play b3 because bishop on b2 will not be very good. It will be facing your own pawn, right? So this is out of the way. If you play, let's say, c3, I suspect black would take, and the pawn structure is somewhat damaged. It's not a disaster. It's not like the end of the world, but the pawn structure is somewhat damaged. So what are other choices? The knight on a3 is getting stuck, and when he goes knight b1, black goes knight b4. Says, okay, do you want to draw? Yeah. Yes. Do you want to draw? No, he doesn't want it. So he has to go knight e1 now. So it's a funny opening. Like this knight went, look, knight f6, c3, and again knight goes back. So that's move 9, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 out of 9 moves were made with the knight from b8. Knight d2, h6, knight d3, another funny move, because if black would have taken more, we would have again some funny pawn structure, but this one would be very good for white, because white would play knight f3, rook e1, and would have a fantastic square on e5. Like say something like this happens, castles, and then white goes knight e5, and this knight is very strong, and if you exchange, it's all of a sudden like a lot of space advantage. I'm not sure if it's f4 or d, maybe f4, not even playing d4. So that would be very pleasant for white. Space advantage, some initiative on the king side. So black decided not to take, just played bishop e7, like slow developing game, a4, a5. It gets some space on the queen side, and after a6, white is thinking. I'm not sure. I mean, this is always an idea, of course, to go to play e2, e4. And despite all the simplifications, white might be slightly better, because the knight on c6 is not great. You would much rather prefer the knight on d7, so then you can play c5. But the knight on c6 it's a little bit stuck. Yeah, but this line, kind of the evaluation of this line, if white can or cannot play e4, will depend a lot on this move. It attacks the rook and the pawn on a5. And after, say, queen e2, knight a5, can black play knight e5? No, he cannot. Rook yes. Rook here, he cannot play knight e5. Then white probably can play this, and next move will be knight f4 or something. You know what, maybe something like this. Yeah, maybe playable. So all I'm saying that in this structure, like if we go back to the position in the game, in this structure, white's kind of main plan is to go e2, e4. But maybe he has to prepare for it a little bit more. And I'm guessing if white was to play f3 in order to go e4, then black might consider taking. Because like f3 is not such a pretty move. You will probably play f4 later, yeah, but still, like too many pawn moves, it feels like. So very interesting, very original position, this one. Promises us quite a spectacle. Okay, then on board 5. On board 5 it's a funny game. So Fedoseev with black against Eitan Rosen, and Fedoseev plays quite a provocative opening with black. So d4, e6, there is nothing provocative yet. c4, b6, e4, bishop b7. This was very popular, I think, in 1980s. Was played by British grandmasters. It was Anthony Miles and Nigel Short. Possibly Michael Adams played a few games. So the main point is that after bishop d3 check, if you go knight c3, I think f5 was a possibility. And if you take bishop g2, would be very dangerous, even though it looks nice, you win the rook, but after queen h5, it's very dangerous, I think. Yeah, something king f8, I don't remember, knight f3 or knight h3, and white is getting like super strong attack. But I think after ef5, what they were doing, they were playing some, what was the line? Somehow, no, not knight h6, knight h6 was white's taking, maybe even knight f6, like takes, castle, something like that, something crazy. So sacrificing the pawns, white king would be stuck in the center. So after this check, white goes king f1. And strangely, this is a theoretical move.
And this always play, yes.
Yeah, that's always played. Yeah, so after this check, king f1 looks surprising, right? Instead of developing the pieces, you put the king on f1. But white is saying, my center is so strong that I'm not really afraid of losing the castle, right? And quite possibly the bishop on b4 will have to go back. So black plays f5, nonetheless, ef5, and knight goes to f6. So now if you take, I think black has quite a reasonable compensation after castle because of king on f1. So here, white continued with knight to c3. This is very entertaining position. Very entertaining position. I think black will insist on sacrificing. I mean, he cannot really not sacrifice the pawn. ef5 is not great. Not because white will take, but quite contrary, white will just develop and in some point go d5. So the bishop will be passive. So I'm guessing black will continue trying to sacrifice the pawn by going castle, or maybe taking c3, going castle, something like that.
So this game will be very entertaining to watch today.
This is probably, this will probably be very, very sharp. And for the save, kind of recognized that, it wasn't a bad start, 2.5 out of 3, but you really need to push for a win with both colors. So this is like, of course, he knows there are more solid openings for black.
Yeah, and because he's the favorite.
Yeah, he's a huge ELO favorite, and he's the top seed of the tournament. So not only he's the favorite in this game, but technically he's like supposed to play for a win every game. Yeah, then I'm checking what else do we have. Yeah, quite a lot of interesting openings. I'm not sure what to check, like board 9 maybe, or what is it, or board 11. So anyway, let me find. Lev Yankevich again, Ediz Gurel. Which one is this? Board 11? Board 11, yeah. Board 11, why I want to look at board 11, because there is Catalan with the pawn sacrifice. dc4 is not yet a pawn sacrifice. You can always win the pawn back by going queen a4 if you like. So bishop g2, knight c6, white goes queen to a4, black gives a check, bishop d2, knight d5. And back in the day, it was a very, very popular line and very sharp one. White would take, knight takes b4, and white could play a3. So looks nice and all, because if the knight goes back, you just take the pawn on c4, you are better. But then black would have a crazy looking move b5 here. After queen b5, it would be a check, king d1, and then either knight takes, or even I'm not sure if it's king d1 or king d2, maybe king d2, yeah. And you can take on a1, where white captures this, and this is super crazy position. White is an exchange down, but he's hoping to trap the knight on a1. So this was one option. The other option was even crazier, because black could play bishop d7, and then you take the knight, and then you take the knight, and then you take the bishop.
Oh my god.
So it would be queen for 3 pawns, and this was also played. And even more, like if you play rook b8, I think white was supposed to be much better. Like you just develop, I think, this knight to c3, and then rook d1, and white has like very strong initiative. So after knight b5, the move was, if I'm not mistaken, the move was castle and kind of allowing bishop a8, queen a8.
Yeah.
Some crazy stuff happening.
In the practice, like who wins more games here?
I think they stopped playing it because they found some way of playing which equalizes for black here in this line. Quite possibly c5 is the move. I'm not sure, but I think, yeah, quite possibly c5 is the right move, and then somehow king is in the center. So then they changed it, players with white, and they were playing, taking on b4, going castle, and somehow after castle's short, I don't remember what was, no. If you play castle, it's a6, I think. Anyway, so recently, all the games that were played, somehow black knows how to equalize. So that's why I assume white went for queen c2, trying to play something a bit more original. Queen c2, b5, a4. So now black gets to keep the pawn, but at the same time, a6 is impossible, right? Because ab, and you cannot take ab. So that means black's pawn structure will be ruined.
And to put the bishop in a6 is...
Yeah, you can do this, but then somehow, sooner or later, white will win this pawn. Maybe not immediately, but like knight a3, or castle first, and then one day just going knight a3. So white is not so scared of double pawns, even if he's a pawn down. Guriel just made a move, and this is bishop takes d2, so that after knight d2 he goes knight c6 to b5, c6 to b4, attacking the queen, queen c1, and then he can play c6. And this is kind of the real pawn sacrifice. White is not winning the pawn back, but he's playing for compensation with, like, castle maybe, and then moving the central pawns. Again, very sharp position, straight from the start. We are at move 11. Both players already spent some time, so that means maybe they're prepared, but not like, when you're fully prepared, you're just blitzing, right? So that means both of them already
they have
kind
to
of started.
remember or consider other options. And also, there is not enough time to prepare for the morning rounds.
Yeah, right you are. So let's say around yesterday finished maybe at 8, sometime past 8, and then you have to, one has to eat, has to sleep, and that's why it wasn't much of the preparation.
And also the parents, they are out not immediately.
Not immediately, yeah. So today, in both rounds, in fact, there is not much of a preparation.
No.
So if you worked on your openings like throughout the year, and stuff you are playing, you are at the advantage of, not having to prepare. And they continue blitzing. Look, after queen c1, c6, white plays b3. If black goes c3, it looks scary, but just for a little bit, because knight e4, and then the pawn will be lost. So after this move, b3, one of the options would be to take on b3 and say I'm a pawn up and go castle, say, and then white castles, I would guess. And and then they would play something like this. So white's compensation for the pawn he sacrificed is based on the fact that he has a very good square for the knight, and also some pressure on the c6 pawn. It's interesting that computer likes a5 very much, and still considers this position to be roughly equal. And what I suggested for black to castle, then computer claims that white is better to play a5 himself. For white, it's better to play a5 himself. a5 and on knight a6, some strange lines.
Because maybe the knight is defend on b4.
Yeah.
Because after e4, the other knight is not defending anymore. And
Yeah. I think it's exactly the reason, because now this one is not so stable, right? So we will play probably castle first, and then e4, and then queen d2, and everything, like kind of send it back, and white will have quite a serious space advantage. Okay.
maybe we look Luca Moroni.
Yeah.
Is board 10.
Board 10 next to this one. Yes. Luca Moroni with white pieces. Started as English opening with c4, e6. So black says, I don't care what you're playing, I'm playing the Queen's Gambit. e6, knight f6, and d5. So this move b3, bishop b2 is connected with a very specific setup that Luca Moroni has played. So it's e3, knight c3, a6, by the way, because otherwise knight b5 could happen in some cases. So a6, queen to c2, bishop to b7. Queen c2 is not a must. You can just play d4, bishop d3, and so on. And queen c2 usually, if white plays queen c2, that means something like, as I said, very, very specific setup. And white quite often will go castle long and go some g4, g5. Like, okay, maybe not g4 immediately because there is a bishop, but rook g1 and g4.
Castle in long.
Oops, no, not king e2. Yeah, sorry, that was just yeah. Bishop e2 he played. And no, seriously, it's not impossible. Black castles short and white might castle long here. Might even consider going g4, to be honest. g4, because if you take, there is always some threats. Rook to g1, so g4, even though it looks like very suspicious, let's say, black cannot take the pawn. After rook g1, white's not advantage, but white's initiative is very dangerous. Black does a clever thing. So he goes knight d7, he delays the castle, and if white's gonna castle long, maybe black will try to do the same. Go queen e7, have an option of exchanging the bishop, and also can castle long himself later on. It's a tricky position, and yeah, I think Luca should be happy with what he got out of the opening. It looks like when you start with this set of moves, this is roughly the position you are looking for. Well, what he gets, but of course, too early to talk. It's like all the pieces on the board, right? Nothing is clear yet. So yeah. Let's move on somewhere. What else can we check?
Maybe we check Kirill Shevchenko.
Yeah. So here, Kirill Shevchenko is the highest rated of the players on 2 out of 3, right? It's Shevchenko and Van Forest from our top seeds who are on 2 out of 3. Yeah. Shevchenko is black, and he played the Sicilian, got check on b5. And again, already here, it's relatively easy to tell that black wants to play for a win on move 3, because he goes knight c6. So bishop d7 is known to be much more solid, but at the same time, if white exchanges, goes castle, goes c3, d4. It's very, very hard. It's a long theory, and black always kind of has to equalize. There is not much black can do. Something happened to the clock. Yes,
maybe it was not running in. the whole time? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know, but it was clear.
Maybe can we check?
Next to Shevchenko.
13. Is
Yeah, I will check the game. Yeah, clearly. There's a
Krishnan Ridvik? Yes.
yeah, Krishnan Ritwik against Turkish player Kaan Erdogmuz. It's unclear. Yeah, he was just pressing the clock. This is the position. The game is running. Some really sharp position.
Yeah, what is he was doing?
I don't know.
Or maybe he went to call the arbiter. I don't think so. For what reason?
Yeah. Well, the only idea that I might have, if his opponent offered a draw and then he stops the clock, kind of agreeing a draw.
Yeah,
but then you can wait for your opponent. Normally, what you do is you wait for your opponent, right? You are not short on time.
Sorry.
So we really don't know what's happening, but yeah. The game itself, by the way, is very interesting.
Okay.
It's a Sicilian knight of, and then in this position, black, castle g4, and black goes a6, a5. Very, very original. So usual for knight of would be to go b5 before, but white is getting ready to put the knight on d5 anyway. So b5 and b4 would be kind of a loss of time. And instead, black goes a5 in order to disturb the other knight, which doesn't have good squares. So a4, knight to a6. Now, knight is headed to b4. Bishop b5, rook c8, white castled long. And black goes takes, yes, and d5, opening some diagonals, some files.
He just moved.
d5, ed5, bishop d5. White sacrifices the exchange back. Knight d5, bishop d2. Wait a second. You cannot go here because bishop a3, right? Bishop a3, and you will have to go to d2, right? You cannot go to b1. You will have to go to d2, and then there is no problem for black. I don't know, knight e3 or maybe something else. So white went bishop d2 instead, and black played knight to c5. Knight takes c5. Black will have to take with the bishop.
Yeah.
And yeah, it looked very exciting for black for a little bit. And now I'm thinking it could be that white is actually better with two bishops. Yeah, the king is not ideal, but at the same time, not so many pieces left. Something like rook d1. Or, no, wait a second. Rook d1, black has a funny tactic. e4, and if you take on e4, your rook is not protected.
And
so
then again,
it's check here, and check, and...
Triple.
Yeah, triple fork. So you have to take, and then queen d1 with a check. Yeah, black is winning. So rook d1 is not great. Rook e1. Computer recommends. So rook e1, attacking the pawn, also stopping e4 because you'll be able to take with the rook. And computer prefer black in this position. Prefer white in this position. Just slightly, some 0.40 advantage, not much, but values this position in white's favor.
Yeah.
And we were trying to check Kirill Shevchenko's game. So he, as I said, he went knight c6. I'll just quickly scroll through the game, and white played a funny move, c4. So again, opting for Marozzi setup with d4, but the difference would be that the bishop is already on b5. Usually in Marozzi you would have it somewhere on e2. And black says, you know what, I will not let you play so e5, very symmetrical structure in the center, knight e7, and white goes a3, and white goes b4. So, insisting on creating some threats. I think if black captures here, white is ready to sacrifice the pawn. So it takes on b4, and if you take on b4, it's some bishop a3, or even takes, and could be queen b3, could be bishop. Yeah, queen b3 is an interesting option. Then go knight d5, you're threatening knight b6. And similar to Benko gambit, white is getting pressure on A and B files. Okay, too many arrows. So after b4, Shevchenko just plays bishop to e7, playing to castle. Not a big deal, he says. So if this is exchanged, black doesn't mind. He'll have a square for his own knight. But white can do this. White can take on c5 and go like knight d5 maybe. Castle. So something very, very complex. Hard to tell who's better and why. So there is that. And yeah, maybe again, let's go all the way back to like board 1, board 2. Board 1, nothing big happens. So the opening is seriously too quiet for some big stuff to happen. Pichot went rook a to d8. Interestingly, Pichot has much more time. So I wanted to say that, yeah, like white was the one to play a surprising move, knight d2, and you'd expect the opponent to kind of spend a lot of time. No, Pichot played relatively fast. And I don't think these moves like rook d8, h6, they're like something very specific. Just some reasonable moves. Knight h7 might seem surprising, but the point is to play bishop f6 to exchange the bishops as well. Knight f1, and now he's thinking. So I still expect something like bishop f6.
Strange.
Takes, yeah, knight g3, maybe to f5, so something very, very solid.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so a quiet game for now on board 1.
Yeah.
But can easily develop, like we've seen, I think, quite a few games for Pichot that it starts very quietly and then develops into something tense.
Yeah. I saw Alan Pichot having breakfast this morning. Yeah.
So managed to wake up to have breakfast, right? Because I remember when I would be active chess player, it would be hard to, to play even at the afternoon and morning round. I would wake up 10 minutes before the game. So this is respect to those who can play morning rounds.
Yeah. But other thing maybe chess player can do is bring on a snack. Like I saw many of the players bringing like bananas.
Yeah. So maybe he also like wakes up before the game, but he took care of his breakfast yesterday. All right, so I'm checking board 2. That's something that we've seen. Yes, Musat against Michalewski after bishop b7. White didn't take the e5 pawn, so he castles instead. d6, d4, ed4, queen d4. Knight e7, queen goes to d3, knight goes to d5, c4, b4. Okay, so this is a current position here. So black has 2 bishops, but the bishop on b7 is not very active as of now. I feel like white should be better because of the knight on d5 is quite strong. The white has more space, so just develop like go bishop f4 maybe and put rooks in the center. Yeah, like rook e1, rook d1, and look for e4, e5 or c4, c5 in some case. Yeah, looks very pleasant for white, this one. Ideally, I would prefer to put the bishop on b2. It's a nice diagonal, right? So if, let's say, if there is no double pawn. Well, ideally, I would prefer this double pawn, so that the A file is open and also I can play bishop b2. Yeah, here it's not the case. But yeah, going something like bishop f4 is also possible. I don't know if you can try to be very aggressive, like to go c5. Because if black takes, he might get in trouble quickly. Bishop f4, attacking this. And in case of bishop d6, white has e5. And like there is like some tactic possible for black, like maybe bishop takes and then knight takes. But with the king in the center, you feel like white will always find some way. Rook e1, and computer goes knight e7 here, and rook e5 and bishop d5, and in some messy position, but white apparently is better. Rook e1, bishop e6, and queen somewhere, queen c2 or queen e4. Queen e4. Castles. Don't know, knight g5 looks attractive. Bishop g5 looks attractive. Even this, no, this is not great.
Because rook f7.
Rook f7, knight g5. This is what I think king h8. No, king h8 is bad. You're right. Rook f7. Rook f7, and if knight g5, queen d5. Okay. Okay. It's a crazy long line where black actually holds. But it kind of shows that, you know, if white already has ideas like this, so black has to be super careful. Super careful. So c5 could be an interesting try. Actually, computer says that c5 is one of the best moves.
I think probably Jules would play it because I think he's playing for the win. So.
Yeah, of course. But also, feeling is like he's happy to go for like a little bit more sharp positions, right? So c5 or bishop f4, c5 is also. Honestly, it might be just a transposition. So c5, as we figured out, taking on c5 is dangerous. So probably black will have to castle, and then white goes bishop f4, and it's relatively similar position. Okay, I suggest we check Huschenbeth and his opening preparation, where he's right now. He's once again, like, look, on board 3, Nicholas Huschenbeth, 1 hour 29.
He didn't spend
any time, so he knows stuff. After a6, his opponent captured on g4, went bishop e2. Black played b5. Queen b3, knight back to f6. Bishop f3, rook to c8. Castles, bishop d6. This is something that I would care about, but I'm not sure. Even this is an option. And if you take with white, you are actually in trouble. Queen c7, queen b7. So this is something very sharp again. Bishop h2, king h1. The rook is hanging. The king might be in danger. Like if this knight is not on f6 and black goes queen h4, he almost wins. So even moves like knight g4 should be considered. And you probably don't do this with white if your opponent is well prepared, right? So this is not a very clever approach to go for something very sharp, and that's exactly what.
Yeah, he didn't. He
did. He played h3, very solid. Now, I'm not sure, can black castle, or he has to take care of bishop b7. I'm a little bit afraid that if you castle, bishop b7, rook b8, for instance, it looks like white can take. White can take. Sometimes the bishop would be in trouble after, say, queen a5, but here bishop b5, and even though it's a pin, white's next move is a4, and he'll be just will consolidate with 2 pawns up. So I'm guessing after h3, it's probably clever to take care of b7. Maybe queen c7, maybe queen b8, even rook b8 is like, okay, not ideal maybe, but not so stupid. Like defend b7, also prepare if white goes a4. On the other hand, he could play rook b8 if he rook b8 here. White would play bishop f4, and now he already has the bishop on d6. So
queen c7.
Queen c7 is also not bad, yeah.
Yeah.
So, I mean, white will play bishop e3, maybe, with castle, and after rook c1, okay, queen b8. Actually, very solid. Very solid for black. Because if white tries to break in the center, black has, among other things, I mean, black might have like b4. There is also e5. And white pieces are far away from c6 square. Like, this structure is acceptable for black if white doesn't have knight on c6. In our position, the knight is not getting on c6 anytime soon, so black will have knight c5 and so on. So Niklas's opening experiment works. He actually did play castle. Okay.
Sacrificing
the pawn. So what's wrong with bishop b7? Computer says it's rook c4. There is nothing wrong, but after rook c4, apparently taking on a6 is not great. Black will have rook b4, like very original maneuver. It's not very usual, like, to see rook on b4. Queen c2 and then queen b6 attacking this guy. And if a3, there is actually queen a6 and the thing is hanging.
Very nice.
Yeah. So, according to computer, white has to take on b5, but then black is quite happy. The material would be 2 pawns and a rook against 2 knights, but, you know, knight d5 is a nice square, so the pawns are not running too fast. And also, I mean, just to highlight, if you do something like this, black has bishop h2, king h2, and queen f1. Almost winning, I would guess.
Yeah, with an extra piece. When the piece 4.
Yeah, no, it's a couple of pawns, but yeah, should be good. Right, so castles, and the line after castle was something very modest, like bishop e3, or now computer switch to analyze a4. So bishop b7 is not a problem.
And we have some info of the tournament of today. So today is
very
double
painful,
round.
very painful.
A reminder, today is double round, morning round 9 a.m. and afternoon round 4 p.m.
It's good it's not 3, but anyway, yeah, today everyone is like working double shift. Everyone's working double shift, and this is the only day, perhaps.
Yes, it's the only day.
Yeah, that's the only day for 2 rounds, and this is the only day where being a commentator is not beneficial. Because usually you can say, okay, I'm not under pressure, like playing is stressful, I'm just like doing my thing. But when you have 2 rounds, as the player, you might say, I don't feel like it, and try to make a quick draw, or, you know, just play a quiet game. As the commentator, you have to stay till the, you know, at least last game of the top 10 is finished. So I expect quite a long day in the office today.
Yeah, I hope there will be maybe exciting games, so we
No,
can
of course,
have,
we can have some fun. Yeah,
yes,
for sure.
some fun here. Yeah.
For sure. Just quick glance at board 2 again on Jules against Michalewski, because he did not play c5, neither did he play bishop f4. He went for knight to d4. Black captured, white captured, and black played castle. He once again goes queen d3. I don't quite get
And
it.
why?
Yeah, like too many kind of slow moves,
Yeah.
it feels like.
He moved the queen like 5 times, maybe.
Yeah. No, well, okay, now I understand his idea. He cannot take on b4 immediately because of c5, so queen d3 is the move to kind of attack the b4 pawn. But black can play a6, a5. And what is his follow-up? I'm not sure.
Rook, bishop e3, maybe.
Yeah, rook e1, bishop e3, bishop e3, bishop d4. Maybe that's what he wants. Yeah, bishop e3. Also for black, it's not easy. Yeah, maybe you just go bishop f6 with black. targeting this guy. Any position like that should be acceptable. Black's bishop is not worse than white's bishop. Also b2 is weak. If you go bishop d4, it's this. If you go here... Okay, this is an interesting one. So here, black can play d5. Kind of strange tactical operation. You cannot take like this because pawn is pinned. If you take with the c pawn,
Bishop takes
bishop d5. Bishop d5 might be problematic, but I was thinking bishop a6. Bishop a6. The problem with bishop d5 would be bishop c5 according to the machine. I was thinking this.
Yeah.
I was thinking this, then maybe bishop e4. Okay, this is tricky. Anyway, just to show that I was thinking bishop a6, black wins the exchange, and indeed he does. However, this position, if it happens, is very unclear because white is getting one pawn for an exchange. This is a very strong bishop. There is the pressure on the c file. So in this case,
and there is not open files.
No open files. Yeah. So the rooks are not that great for the moment. So if anything, white surely has compensation, and maybe even more than this. So for black, I would probably not go for this line, but try to keep it safe. Yeah. So what else do we do? Maybe quickly check board 4. Board 4, Francesco Sonis against Eray Kilic. So here, a5, a6, I think was the last time we've seen it. b4, expanding on the queen side, and black played the funny looking move knight a7 to put the knight on b5, to put the knight on d6, and after f3, remember what we said, that when white goes f3, he clearly wants to go e4 next move. And this is the moment for black to take on d3.
Yeah.
Bishop d3, e d3. However, still, white's pieces are not ideal for now. Bishop on g2 is bishop on b2 is passive. Bishop on g2 is not great. But long-term plan is clear. You want to go f4, knight f3, and again put the knight on e5. So it looks reasonable for white, to be honest. I mean, I would not be surprised if white is still somewhat better in this position. And this is one of those games where the opening is over and they will start spending more and more time. Now, if you check both on 1 hour 8 minutes, it's not like somebody has an idea what's going on. So they are both kind of out of preparation.
Oh, the theory here.
Yeah.
Oh, maybe we can take a look of Van Forest game.
Yeah. Jordan Van Forest. Yes, right. So he is playing on board 15 or which one? Yeah, board 15.
Yeah.
Board 15 against Aleksander Kaczmarek from Poland. Alexander, we covered one of his games from earlier rounds against Samunenkov. I mean, remember this very, very sharp game where Samunenkov was in a time trouble after 10 moves. It was white pawn on d7, something like that. So this was the game of Alexander Kaczmarek. Jordan Van Forest with white. And it was Sicilian, and later on castles long. Some funny opening moves. Black does not develop the bishops yet. King stays in the center, but black has a huge pawn center. So you can, pretty much try to keep the king in the center for as long as possible. Castling short after black played h5 doesn't look very, very appealing. Something I don't quite understand. So he went f3, queen b8, b3, and back to c7. h4. So black struggles to find a plan, it seems. So he went back and forth, forced b3, or kind of provoked white to play b3. But what to do now? You cannot play bishop e7 because this guy is hanging. I think this is not a great position. You win the pawn back, but then some rook g1 happens, and yeah, they will come after. White will come after black's king.
Yeah.
So that means bishop e7 is not a move, and somehow you want to develop this bishop. So it's tricky. Like if you go g6, I don't know. Still, playing bishop g7 would be problematic because d6 is weak. So computer even suggests a move like a3, kick the rook back, and then go bishop c4. And this pawn is under pressure. So in computer's opinion, e5 is what black has to do. Change his plan, go e5, and then probably play bishop e6. I like one forest position.
Yeah.
I like one forest position, and they've played a couple of more moves. Let me wait for an update. I've seen from a camera view. Knight to d7. Okay, knight d7 to like go here or here. And white reasonably quickly replied with bishop e2. Again, opening the file. Bishop was good on d3, but now when he went on d3, he had to protect the e4 pawn, right? And now bishop done its job, so it no longer has to be on d3, and it's better to open the file for the rook. You know what? Next to this game, so that means board 16, we have Volodar Murzing with black. I'm just checking. I've seen it's a very fun position on the board with white having the f6 pawn. So let's check quickly. So board 16, it's Pierluigi Piscopo against Volodar Murzin. And it looked like a normal Sicilian Scheveningen variation with king h1, I think, all theory. And then you would have moves like bishop e3, or I think queen e1 is the move also, like going to g3. And white did something very original. So this is move 9, and this is the start of white's series of pawn moves. 1, 2, okay, a3 to stop b4, and then 4 moves with the pawns, and 5 moves with the pawns. 5 moves with the pawns in a row. f6, and what's going on with f6? So if black takes, what is the big plan? Takes back, I guess. Then black takes with the bishop. I don't see it.
Rook g1. Check.
Yeah, like rook g1, king goes to h8, if bishop h6, rook g8. So white opened the file, but it looks like he's not the one who will be using this file. It's actually black who has 2 rooks connected.
Yeah, and also somehow like that bishop.
Yeah, the king on h1. Yeah, so it's strange. Like white is attacking, but his own king might end up under attack. So no, it's not a great idea. Black just has to take on f6.
Yeah.
Maybe going bishop h6 first is kind of a better idea. And here it's interesting. So computer, like taking on d4 is not great because now rook f6 and black is in trouble because queen g1, queen g7 is a threat. Taking on d4 with the bishop is also not great because of the queen sacrifice. Queen d4, threatening checkmate, and if knight takes, it's a check on g7, and checkmate on f6. Right, so bishop h6, kind of threatening move, but then, according to computer, black is much better after either knight e5 or knight e7. So sacrificing the exchange, but then the knight gets on g6, king is very safe, and as you said, the bishop is strong. Okay. Anyway, this is at least like exciting Sicilian position with both kings being under attack.
Right.
Right.
And he also spent half an hour, more than almost 40 minutes
Yeah.
in the game.
Yeah, so it's not like it's a preparation. So
Yeah.
he was thinking over the board, and that usually means, okay, not necessarily the best moves. Like very aggressive, but not the best.
It's risky.
Yeah. Remember, we were checking this game, Krishnan Ritwik against Erdogmus here.
Yeah.
And we started checking it because there was some issue with the clock, right? He was
Yes.
pressing the clock, but the position itself is very interesting. So I suggest we check briefly again. White played c4 and black replied with e4. So now, once again, I'm trying to understand if if white takes, it's a check here. You cannot go to d1. There is a check on c3. And after king b1, I wasn't sure like what happens after king b1. Queen f6 is quite annoying. Queen f6. And if you go c3, it's just knight c3. I wanted to take with the queen.
Oh.
Which is possible because if bishop takes, black is winning, and also black is threatening a checkmate. But white has queen c2. Black is still better, but black is not winning immediately, and that's why it's easier to just take with the knight.
There is.
Yeah, he's played a move, right? e4, queen b3. So taking on e4 would be bad. He played queen b3, but once again there is queen f6. So now if white takes, black is winning with queen a1.
Winning the queen.
Queen b1 and check, yeah, and take this.
And the rook.
And the rook and the game. The queen and the rook and the game. Okay. Yeah, so now if black finds queen f6, he's much better. So the idea is queen f6, you have to stop king a1, so queen a1, so you go king b1, and then black gets the chance to take this guy, and the bishop is hanging. If you move the bishop, knight b4, no. So c4 was the bad move, it seems. C4 was the bad move.
Yeah, because allows the black squares.
Ah,
They are more weak.
Yeah. So it actually does open the diagonal. Yeah, you're absolutely right. So that's one thing. And also I realized, like in, let's say in this position, it's clear that if you cannot take, if you say you have to play this and knight b4 happens, the bishop on b5 is not doing anything.
Yeah.
So black will play rook d8 and
It's not stopping the rook.
Yeah, black is practically winning. Okay. So what else?
Maybe we go to the streamers now.
Yeah, let's check both the sisters before our first break. Today we have a lot of breaks because we have 2 rounds.
Yeah.
So we'll have a lot of breaks,
With a lot of coffee too.
But we will need a lot of breaks, I'm afraid, because of the double round. Once again, I'll quickly check Zach game.
Oh yes, Zach.
Because I've just seen it, and finally, for a change, Zach has a very good position. So because he was kind of getting a bit unlucky the moment we check his game, he was in trouble. So
yeah, yesterday he blundered a tactic. He tried to do a tactic, but it was the other way.
Yeah.
So yeah, he told me like he was a little bit upset and went to the beach to do some puzzles.
All right. So maybe today these puzzles will prove helpful. So he's playing with the black pieces. D takes, and a nice looking move b6, preparing to go bishop a6. So that white queen is in a bit of a trouble. b4, bishop a6, c4, knight e6. And it turns out black is getting the squares for his pieces, so white cannot fully control the situation. So white's position would not be bad if he had a little bit more time, like to castle, to probably like move the knight, go a3, but you know, it's not always the way you like. So his opponent decided to go b5, knight f4, queen f1, cb5. So now if you take back, it's, well, computer all of a sudden says it's absolutely winning for black. With
What tactic?
But it's not easy to find. Okay, maybe it's not hard to find also, but you would be looking at bishop b5, knight g2, or just playing bishop b7, which is probably also good. The winning move is rook to c8, attacking the bishop. So now, if you capture, black captures, white probably just cannot develop. So
Yeah.
the next move, queen c7,
Or
bishop
maybe
b4,
bishop
everything,
b4,
everything,
and
yes.
then knight d3.
Knight d3, no, that's terrible position.
Yeah.
So after rook c8, and if white tries to say play bishop b3, then surprisingly even a simple bishop b7, and again all the moves that you mentioned, bishop b4, knight d3, and so on.
Yeah.
So white plays g3, and here I would be looking for the way to kind of sacrifice the knight, but like to take on c4 maybe, but computer says just go back. And after this go back, you're already almost winning, because white kind of delayed the development so much.
Yeah, and it's still like
Yeah,
bishop
still
b4,
cannot castle.
maybe.
This is like vulnerable. After queen e2, queen c7. Oh, there is another motif, like queen c7, bishop b3, queen c3, rook b1, and then queen pins the knight, so we can take on e4. Yeah, Zach is winning. If he doesn't do anything stupid, he's going to win today.
Yeah, there is in the camera sack. You can add behind the
Yeah. So all streamers tables, 3 streamers tables, they are on
together.
Yeah,
Yes.
they are in the specially dedicated area. And let's check the sisters. Andrea or Alexandra? Alexandra or Andrea?
Oh,
Which game we start? We will check both, but
Yeah, I don't mind. Maybe.
Andrea played more moves, so we can, and it's simpler. This position is simpler, yeah. So
Oh, they already played many moves.
yeah, they remember this was the last time we've seen, like
Yeah.
early in the opening, and bishop g7, and I think this is the last time we've seen. And then a lot of stuff happened.
They simplified.
Yeah, simplified. White is a pawn up, but interestingly, here I think, was it good or bad? But white had to play bishop
Yeah,
b2.
it's doubling those pawns. I don't.
Yeah, this is strange. Like castle, it's how maybe it's not bad, but it's so much easier for black to play now. Rook b8. I would take
I
immediately.
would take two, because then you take back the pawn and the other pawn is a little bit weak.
Yeah, you can go rook c8 and win the pawn, or the other thing you can do is you can go
Just
here
block
and
it.
put the knight, and you don't care how many pawns here, like if it's 2 pawns or 1 pawn.
And that bishop is not very
yeah.
scary because there is no queens.
Yeah, like you
there
can
is no
put it on
knights.
h6 and black doesn't care, right? There is no queen to go to g7.
Yeah.
Anyway, what black does is absolutely reasonable. Rook b8, knight d5, e6, bishop b2, so wins the pawn back. Rook b8, knight e5,
And she's
rook
more
b7.
active now.
Yeah. Black is better. So the c pawn is more likely the weakness, right?
Yeah.
So pawn somewhere here and white rook behind the pawn. We could say, okay, there's passed pawn, it's running somewhere. Here on c2, it's not going anywhere.
And also the rook is in the 7th rank.
Yeah, so the rook is quite active. h5, rook d8, king g7. And one of the ideas for black would be, I mean, I don't know, let's do something for white like this. One of the ideas would be to go rook c7 and then knight g4, exchange the knight and win the c pawn. So Andrei is doing well, and Alexandra with white. Whoa, this is something like incredibly sharp. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I'm
I don't know
trying
what's
to
going on.
think too. Like,
Look, this is last time we've seen it. So she plays knight d2, absolutely normal move. Queen a5, castles long. a6. Wait a second. What's that? Pawn takes c5, knight takes c5. There was it. It's an old-fashioned line. It looked familiar. So there is a very interesting position, or rather interesting continuation, which starts with king b1. Black plays b5. Starts the attack, but it turns out white has prepared. That's why king b1. So that if you take on d2, it's knight e7 first, and then takes the queen, and white is a pawn up and like almost winning. However, why I call this line interesting, there is nothing interesting about black blundering the pawn. What's interesting that black can play knight takes d5, and there were games like this. Queen takes a5, knight takes e3, so sacrificing the queen for only two minor pieces. But if you're greedy with white, if you try to keep all the material, like go rook c1, knight c4, go queen e1, then this is like very interesting position for black. So two minor pieces, very strong bishop on g7.
and 2 pawns.
Yeah, two minor pieces, 2 pawns, and also for white it's still kind of uncomfortable to play. So this is, I think, quite an old line. After dc5, you could have the same, king b1, b5, and similar queen sacrifice. After knight c5, it's no longer there, but white just has a very pleasant position. So Alexandra plays knight d4 to stop b7, b5. Bishop d7, she does play king b1, rook b8, knight c2, queen c7, g4, h5, and she went for e5. And e5 turns out to be the strongest move by computer. And the point is that after black takes, you have g5 now.
Yeah.
And if the knight moves away, you can already win a piece by taking c5 and d7, I'm guessing. But even stronger is to go to d5. Knight d5 and...
Wait a minute. Is this what happened? Or
this is the position. e5... yeah. Wait a second. No, I think she misplayed it.
yes.
So after d5, she took on c5 first and then went to g5.
But still win a piece.
And her opponent went knight h7. Yeah, so now she has to take... Now she already took. She already took on d7.
Okay.
And white is better still. It's just that the other line was even stronger. Now black can take on g5 and still continue the game. So what is this? 2 pawns? 3 pawns? No, it's 2 pawns for the piece. But still kind of tricky. You know, kings are castled opposite sides. So...
They could exchange the queens and it will be an easier job later, I think.
Yeah, maybe. Like if you exchange the queens, but who knows? Maybe black kind of runs away and then says, I'll play e6 later. So it's still tricky. It's still tricky, but objectively, yes, Alexandra is better here, and good job finding e4, e5. Good job finding e4, e5.
Okay, that's great because now she's maybe after this game she's leading the
she could be the sole leader,
winning,
right?
yeah.
She could be the sole leader of the tournament. Can you check the B tournament standing?
Yes.
Because we've shown some visuals on the A tournament standing, but if we check the B tournament,
she's in the
leading
place,
group,
yes.
right?
They are 7
players on 3 out of 3. So if she wins this one, she will be probably still tied for the first. But if she wins both games today, she could be in a sole lead.
Yeah.
All right. And with that, I think we've announced that we will be taking a break, and this is a perfect time. It seems like.
Yes.
Yeah. So we will be back after some 10 minutes break. Round 4 is on the way, so do not go anywhere too far.
See you soon.
So we have with us a Grandmaster Leo from Germany, and you just defeated the third seed of the tournament, Kirill Savchenko. Can you walk through to that game? What happened in that game?
Yeah, I mean, like, okay, I mean, he was, of course, trying to play for a win. I mean, he played this, I mean, maybe not the best line, but I did not know correctly how to play against it. And, I mean, I played, like, I think, like, the move 91, it was, like, not very good. Like, after it, I mean, maybe the position is still balanced, but maybe slightly prefer for him. But then, okay, then after this moment, I kind of started playing normal moves. Yeah, I mean, until he played, I think, A takes B, rook A1. Until then, I still thought maybe it's equal or like slightly worse for me. But after he played this, I think, I mean, my position is like at least like equal. And I have like this very nice square on D4 for the knight. And yeah, I felt like then I was not risking much. And okay, I mean, because he's like much higher rated opponent, I offered him like, I think, maybe at 2 moments or something, like to repeat.
You repeat the queen.
Yeah, to repeat the position. But I've already then I felt like my position should be somewhat better. But I thought, I mean, he will not do it, and I was hoping that he will do something dubious. And like, he was the whole time in time trouble, and like, okay, on move 39, move 40, I made like some concrete decision. And I think after, I mean, this move h5, I mean, if he wants to keep it more solid, I mean, after, if I play like next move h6, he has always queen f8. Okay, I mean, of course my position should be better there, but like he played g takes h. Yeah, I think like after bishop takes bishops takes c4 knight e4, I think, I mean, I did not see like any clear defense, and yeah, he also didn't, and yeah, I managed to win against him like this.
How are you feeling here in Sardinia in this tournament, and what is your thoughts on the arrangement made for this event?
I mean, in general, I mean, it's kind of very nice to be able to play at such a strong tournament. Yeah, I mean.
Okay, you're from Germany, and can you tell us something about your life and chess?
I mean, I'm currently kind of finishing my master's degree. Actually, I mean, I live currently in Vienna, in Austria. I go there to university, and yeah, I mean, I more or less have my master thesis left. And yeah, I mean, right now I did not have any lectures, so I could come to the tournament, yeah, and play.
Okay, so do you follow the recent candidates and all chess things?
Yeah. Of course, like the candidates I was following, actually I was even, I mean, like, at the beginning I was like not, I mean, like I was still interested, but not that much, but I think like after the first maybe 2 or 3 days, I think I watched like almost every game until the night. And I think like from watching like carefully kind of games of Nepo, I kind of got I guess at least somewhat a better feeling. I mean, because like when the opponent did like something not that great against him, he really thinks for a long time, then calculates and then exploits this. I think, yeah, this one was.
So who was your favorite?
I mean, actually, it was kind of Nepo, because like I mean he kind of really deserves it, because like I mean he was already there twice, and then like yeah, and this time yeah, but also I mean I also kind of liked that Gukesh won, because Gukesh was the only candidate against whom I draw in a classical game. So at least, yeah. So yeah, I mean, if he becomes world champion, at least I can tell that, yeah, I drew against the world champion.
Okay, thank you, Lev, to talking to ChessBase India, and we wish you good luck for upcoming rounds, and hope to talking to you after more interesting games.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to round 4. So we are back after the break with 1 hour 45 minutes of today's round already being behind us. And yeah, I think we'll once again start looking at the top boards, at our leaders. Again, the reminder, we have 8 players in the lead, so top 4 boards are our main focus. And the one I have on the screen currently, Alan Pichot with black against Indian player Bharat. Not much is happening. It was a quiet opening and it continues to be a very, very quiet middle game. Black is Pichot is to move. I don't even know what to suggest. Like c5 is possible, c6 is possible. Something very solid, and honestly, it's hard for me to imagine any of the sides making some progress. And it's kind of, the position is kind of stuck a little bit. So the only kind of reasonable idea White has is to put the knight on f5. But let's say even if this happens, let's say black
much, right?
Black plays here, let's say knight f5. Well, there is some threat like knight h6, but you can maybe lift the rook, so defend the knight, and also you are not forced to go c6 and a5, right? you could spend time like doing something. Okay, computer says like go knight e4 and then knight f5 doesn't do anything. There is rook e5 immediately attacking it. So I think Pichot is looking for the way to kind of keep the game going. So that's why he's thinking.
He did yesterday.
Yeah, exactly.
A little small advantage and then working like trying hard.
Yeah, so for maybe 2-3 hours it was equal position, and then yeah, like he would expect a draw, and then yeah, he won in the end. On the second board, Jules Moussard against Michalewski, we are getting the opposite colored bishops. It's interesting. We've seen queen d3 and black played c5, which is quite a provocative move, leaving the d5 square for white. So bishop f4, bishop f6. But this was, it turns out it was Michalewski's plan all the way to go like this. And after queen d6, he took a pawn on b2. Now I looked at it a little bit with the computer. Rook fb1 is the game that, the move that computer was recommending. It was played by Jules. Oh. So now the trick is that if black goes queen c3, bishop to e5 is very strong. So putting the bishop on this long diagonal, queen is almost trapped. Queen c2 is the only move, and then white goes f2, f3, defends the pawn, and the threat is rook b2. So the c5 pawn is hanging, and if you play rook c8, it's rook b2 and the queen is trapped. And if you play rook d8, white
queen
can
takes
queen c5. Then there is this, and white is winning, but it's tricky. White has to play rook b2. Allow this check and go king f1. Which looks super scary because it's almost a checkmate, but not. But after rook d8, there is an easier move to play for white. Queen e7, and you're threatening queen g5. So like after rook d2, white actually can take, but also queen g5, like defend g2 and attack g7. Yeah. So the good move for black, or best move for black, is to go queen f6 back, after which white can trade on f6 or go f3 immediately, like say go f3 immediately, and then if black takes and goes rook c8, very important, white has rook a5. And then this pawn falls, and this pawn very likely to fall. And you know, they say opposite colored bishops very often is a draw, but this is a very bad bishop on b7, right? So it has no targets.
The initiative here.
Yeah, white will take both pawns and just probably just winning.
But also, Jules Mozart already spent half an hour more than his opponent.
Yeah, but let's say it depends. Like if something very sharp is going to happen, then he might need more time. But in the endgame like this, if black plays queen f6 and trades, it's very easy to play with white. So the time will not be the factor. I'm wondering, like, what's better, to play f3 or maybe to exchange and then play f3, also an option. But in this case, black can play a5, stopping rook a5. And in the case of bishop c7, there is this, and if we take, the bishop is getting stuck, so some rook a6, possibly rook a8 next, and so on.
Yeah.
So white also needs to be careful. Anyway, so this looks like a serious advantage for white if he finds everything. Michalewski is currently thinking where to move the queen. Board 3, Huschenbeth, with his famous preparation. Okay, preparation's over. He was on 1 hour 20 minutes just a few moves ago, maybe a couple of moves ago. Finally started to play by himself after white played bishop e3, queen a5. Wait, so that means, remember castle, he still played 1 hour 29. So he has spent 40 minutes on this move, and then he's thinking again after a4. What's going on here? a4. b4 seems so natural. I don't know, why would you think for such a long time? What's the alternative? What he could be thinking? Maybe queen. No, queen b4 doesn't make. Queen b4, bishop b4, ab, bishop c3. This would be good for black if white had to take and black takes on b5. This is nice because c3 pawn, and then knight e5 is here. But the trick is that white is going to sacrifice a piece in this line, and then if you take on b2, it's rook a2, and then it's a7, and this is quite an annoying pawn. Yeah, or maybe even bishop b7 first, and then like if rook goes to b8, there is bishop f4, or rook b1 as computer says, a7. So this line is maybe not good, and that means b4 needs to be played, after which something like that is going to happen. And then knight b6 or e5. Like ideally I want the knight on d5, but after knight b6 there will be some other issues, like rook c1. I'm just surprised why he's thinking for so long.
Yeah,
it's not so many alternatives. It's
both players they spent a lot of time.
Yeah.
What move is this?
It's move 17. So here potentially like a big time trouble for both, because Huschenbeth continues thinking, and yeah, this can lead into a time trouble. Next to this game, Francesco Sonis against Rai Kilic on board 4. We've seen an exchange on d3, and then black did something very, very interesting. He went b6. So the thing is, for now, white pieces are not very well coordinated, right? So the pawns kind of prevent white's pieces from being active. But this will not last for long if white can play f4, knight f3, so he will stabilize. That's why b6, he's looking for the counterplay immediately. Rook a4, b5, queen b6, f4, knight to b7. Computer was happy with immediate a5 and kind of opening the files. After knight b7, it's rook e1. And black still has to play a5, according to the computer, and then take with wall, take with the knight. Something that I would not do
Yes,
because of
try
the
to
pin.
exchange. Yeah.
So I would probably try to take with the knight, but computer says it's okay. So now if you go queen d1, it goes rook a7, and then rook a8, and then moves the knight back. And black is even slightly better. And we got a move from Huschenbett. He finally went b4 here.
Yeah.
Well, he was thinking that checking queen b4, eventually played b4 with the pawn, knight e4, black exchanges, goes knight f6, bishop f3. Yeah, bishop f3. Not sure what to say. Like, white would be better if he had another knight. Like I say, knight on d2 going to c4. Like, let's say black has the knight on d7, white has a knight on d2. So getting a knight on c4, getting the pawn on a5, then white would be better. And that's why computer was recommending to keep the knight on the board for now and to go knight e2. And then it's not like white's better because black has some tactical approach to this position. But like exchanging these knights makes black's life much easier, because now knight f6, and the least he can do is to go knight d5, just keep it here. If white trades, black can and probably should trade the queens. I think this is a likely scenario, and then it looks very drawish.
Yeah.
Rook c1. And
But black is slightly better here.
yeah, black's probably slightly better because, first of all, the pawn is fixed on the color of the bishop, right? So potentially a weak pawn, and black has a little bit more space. Like in some positions can go rook c4 and try to double. Yeah. And he already played knight d5, Nicholas. So according to computer, once again, white doesn't have to trade. He has to play bishop d2 to keep the pair of bishops, and then start going rook c1 and exchange the rooks. But not very entertaining, to be honest, like very likely a draw. So we have like a lot of very solid positions, like on board 1, on board 3, something that is very, very drawish. Then on board 2, Moussard is better. And on board 4, I have no idea what's going on. I mean, this is too complicated. Computer says black is better, but it's like too many pieces. Anything can happen. If white has the time to go here, here, and here to put the knight on c5, then all of a sudden white is very happy. Who is better for sure is Fedoseev on board 5. So Fedoseev on board 5. This very sharp line, if you remember, with king on f1, yeah. And white king got stuck in the center on f1, and that allowed black to develop some reasonably strong initiative. Like for instance here, rook e8, and if you take on g6, well, actually, according to the machine, it was possible to take on g6. So now the checkmate is threatening, but white takes on h7 first, and then goes knight f3. And it would be like very, very sharp position, of course. Rook c3. White has this pawn on h7. Black cannot win it, but also is not scared too much.
The knight.
Yeah, rook c3. Yeah, maybe it's something like that later. Computer is uncertain what's the evaluation. It was giving slight advantage to white, then changed to black's advantage. Anyway, white didn't do this, went queen e2, which is again reasonable move. Here. Now black plays h6. Knight a5 starts attacking the pawns. Knight f4. bishop h7, knight g6. I'm not sure why knight g6. Because black is threatening to take. Queen f4, bishop f4, then take on e2, and then eventually take the bishop. To knight g6, computer says just take twice, and it's equal number of pawns, and black will probably win the c pawn. So there is attack on, okay, not attack, but some threats against the king. The structure, black structure is better, so overall black seems to have better chances. So Fedoseyev's opening experiment kind of pays off. And he didn't take the pawn on g6 just yet, so maybe looking for alternatives. I don't know. No, knight c4. I was hoping for this. Knight c4, queen c4, rook e3. Yes, yeah. but then queen c4 happens to be a check. This is something you should not be doing. Yeah. No, he didn't take it. It's one of my lines. Yeah. Okay, it's move 21. Both players on about 40 minutes time left. Can be anything, but for now looks good for Fedoseev. Right next to him, Sanan Sugirov against Paul Walton. That's board 6. And here we have the French defense with 3e5. So what's called the advanced French or blockade French. So some people find it to be kind of a real French defense when you have this pawn center, so you pretty much always know what the plan is. For black, it's to put some pressure on d4, right? For white is okay. We'll see in the game. So white will eventually get. Yeah, I'm not sure about this rook b1 and everything, but yeah, eventually white gets to push f4, f5, and this is of course what he wants. Bishop back to e7, bishop e3, knight goes, f5, knight goes, bishop c4. And black just captured with the rook. So now something like that looks attractive. So black can and probably should take once, but he cannot take twice, because then queen f3. So ef6, yeah, and he will have to move like to d6. And it's a very complex strategic position to play, because black king stuck in the center. If you castle, it's very dangerous, right? Maybe even like lost immediately. So king stuck in the center, white has a lot of space, but at the same time, two bishops for black. And also one more factor, that white knight is kind of far away. Like you would love it to be on f3 so that you can play knight e5, knight g5. And knight on c3 like doesn't have too many prospects, like not clear where the knight has to go. Sugirov preferred to go queen f3. Oops, sorry. Wrong line. Yeah, queen f3. So didn't play f6. Oh well, actually, this could be even more clever, because he's waiting for black to castle, and then he will play f6. Yeah. And of course, that's exactly what I said. Like it's very dangerous for black to castle. And queen h3, queen h6, and just checkmate. King goes here. This is nice. King goes here, and then if you go queen h6, it's rook g8 and rook g6. So instead, white has, if white kind of takes it seriously, yeah, you can go bishop h6. That's correct, and this is winning. This is winning. Bishop g7, but there is even better move. The thing called prophylactical thinking, right? So you ask yourself what black wants. It's rook g8 and rook g6, and then you play a move which prevents rook g6, and this is rook f3. So if black goes rook g8, it's a very funny combination. You sacrifice the queen, you go rook h3, and checkmate. Rook h6 checkmate. Yes.
Very beautiful.
So that's a nice line, but also it's a very strong line, because after rook h3, we do have a threat of queen h6, and black cannot do anything. So white is completely winning. Black has to go bishop g3, which is terrible. So after queen f3, black might be in quite a bit of trouble. He cannot castle, but maybe has to play a move like queen to c7, queen to b6. Sometimes in the French, the king walks, like king d8, c8, b8, like in a long castle.
The attack is too strong.
Yeah. So in fact, like having king on b8, black would be relatively happy. And he did something similar. So it went queen a5. So now f6 is an option, but it's not as scary because the king is not yet castle, and again, once again might be running to b8. Complex game, probably better for white, but now I'm paying attention to the clock, and Sugirov is down to 17 minutes only. 17 minutes, and it's move 18, so he might be in a serious time trouble very soon.
Yeah, 17 in the
Yeah,
clock
17 minutes. Yeah, 17 minutes. And I noticed something that when you are kind of low on time in this very early stage, somehow you tend to spend even more time. Like, I've never seen a person who would, let's say, have 20 minutes after 18 moves and then will not get into a time trouble. I don't know how to explain it, but it's very often that, let's say, I have 1 hour on the clock, position is simple, and I just play fast and I keep this 1 hour. But if I have 20 minutes, it's almost immediately after 3-4 moves, I'm with 1 minute. I don't know how it works, but it's just the way it is.
Yeah.
So, and you can see Sugirov is thinking, so
also,
confirming on this theory. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there is some players, maybe when they don't have a good position, when they have a bad position, some complication, or they are losing some material, they gets in time trouble on purpose.
That was a trick that I was told like to do a long time ago, and I think I kind of used it. It's a tricky thing to do because, of course, it doesn't help you, right? Having not a lot of time. But if your position is bad, then it could be your chance, right, to play on nerves of your opponent. So your opponent see you're in a time trouble. He starts to play fast.
Yeah, impatient. You flag.
Yeah, you're almost like losing on time, but not really. Yeah, if you control this, it can be an interesting strategy. Well, in Sugirov's case, his position is not bad. His position is probably better, it seems like.
Yeah, it looks like it's better.
Yeah, so something like f6 and then g5 is recommended by computer. So white, pretty much till the end of the game, white will have these pawns because h6 is not great. h6 is always met with g6. And then if you take, it's f7 and white is just winning. King f8, queen f6, I guess. Yeah, queen f6. You don't have to play h6, of course, but all I'm saying, it will be very hard for black to do anything on this side of the board. And computer says has to go king d8 and run. Okay, very tricky, very complicated game. We can quickly check next boards, like for instance Maxime Lagarde against Ramazan Jalmakhanov.
Did we check this one already?
We didn't check this one. Interestingly, again, the PGN says it's a draw, but I'm not sure if it's no mistake. Maybe the game is still going.
Maybe we can contact to the...
Yeah, it's what, board 7. If we can see board 7.
Oh wait, it's a draw.
It is a draw.
So they agree a draw. We can see in the camera.
It's an empty board with
both kings in
the middle.
Yes.
So board 7 is a draw.
Interesting. How did they repeat or?
No. They just so something like this happened: king h1, knight f6, bishop c2, and white offered a draw. And so white, Maxime Lagarde, he was higher rated, his opponent probably happy to make a draw against 26-40. And Lagarde didn't feel like he has good chances, perhaps. So nice. And then the next board, which is, as we can see, is in progress. It's Daniel Darda against Jandos Agmanov. So two Kazakh players on top boards with black. And
they are very strong, the Kazakhstan.
Guys from Kazakhstan, I think that's, again, like the whole country is a bit underrated. So you see them like having 24-50, and they usually play much better than this. So Darda against Agmanov. Here again, some like very original, I want to say, opening. Not clear what was going on. And some moves like knight b5, bishop e5, and it looks like a bullet game with some random moves. And then okay, this, and black started pushing the pawns. Went b4, went a4. Back to d7 it goes, ba4, queen a5. After original opening, now it's time for white to actually start equalizing. Because he will probably lose this pawn. Okay, he can do something like takes and try to defend it. But it's so ugly, right? I mean, how long can you stay like this with bishop on d1? So yes, I'm thinking one of the ways to go about this position is just to try to play a3, and immediately it's not great because black takes. So say to go, can I play this? Nah, it's already better for black. Queen a4. Takes. I was hoping for a kind of quick a3, but no, it doesn't work. So
it's not enough.
Black is already slightly better in this game. So Darda, even though he's higher rated, he has the white pieces.
Also I noticed the Kazakhstan delegation, they have a very numerous participations in the open tournaments and everything. I saw a lot of
they
players.
have a lot of support in the country. I just met one of my old friends of mine, Ibraev. Remember, like a few rounds ago, we were commentating on his game as well, and he's currently one of the coaches for national team. And he said like they're getting a lot of support, and like players.
That's very nice.
Players playing here, especially the ladies from the Kazakhstan. There are like a couple of girls playing. They are candidates into the national team.
Yes.
So Darda did take on d5, and I think he will end up playing bishop d1. And then black can play something like bishop. Maybe bishop will go to d7. Well, maybe not so easy, because I was hoping for knight b6, but then queen c6 is annoying, right?
Yeah, double attack.
Attack this, and you have to go back, which is not nice. And if knight c5, then maybe even like takes, go d4, and the bishop will guard the pawn. Okay, we'll see. So c takes. White. No, he played rook c1. He played rook c1 first. So he wants to play rook c1 and then go bishop d1. But this allows. But this allows black to take. This allows black to take, and this will be roughly equal. Here goes to d1, puts the bishop on b3. Where are the crazy positions today? Everyone is so quiet. Everyone is so solid. What's going on? Morning round, maybe that's why. Okay, next is board 9. No, not board 9. Yes, or Bronstein from Israel against Maxim Chigaev. Yes. Maxim Chigaev, interestingly representing Spain.
Yes, I was like, that's not a Spanish name.
No, he's originally from Russia, and he moved, I think, changed the federation, but also moved to Spain.
There are many players.
Yep.
They changed the federation to Spain,
Mm-hmm.
like Alan Pichot, this Maxi.
Well, Shirov.
Shirov.
Shirov, long time ago. Yeah,
Yeah.
like one of the first who changed the federation to Spanish. Yes, so what we have here is... It started as Nimzo Indian with bishop b4 and then b6, but then around this moment it starts more and more to look like the King's Indian, the structure, right? So the bishop is not on
because now
g7.
F5.
Yeah, but f5 is the plan.
Yeah,
then
the
get
bishop on
knight.
b7 is like a waste of time, maybe. Yeah.
h4, castle's long. Okay, this is something.
Yeah.
g5, f5, f4.
Yeah.
Very tricky position to play. Both sides are very limited in pawn breaks. Like for white, like you don't want to do this. You cannot open the files on h and g, even if you get h5, h6, black can play g6, or you get h5, g6, black play h6. So no files to open here. But same applies for black. So black's only possible breakthrough will be b5, but this is not easy to achieve. Computer likes it a lot for white.
For white.
For white, yeah. So I'm guessing the trick is white will try to press on this pawn. Let's say we'll go bishop h3, for example. Now, if black plays g6, there is always h5, and you open the a file, and it will be very hard. And one more thing, like say, okay, I'll just keep the move to show. After bishop h3, if g6, it's h5, and if e4, then knight gets the square, and this is like too many good prospects for this knight. So the knight will be crazy good on d4.
Yeah, in this position, it was better to have the bishop on g7, like
Yeah, of course, yeah. Like with the bishop on g7, it would be, and ideally this one on d7, yes, so that it
both
guards
bishops,
the pawn.
they are a little
misplaced.
Yeah.
Both bishops are misplaced for black, and that's why looks like he's in trouble, Chigayev, and he also confirms this by having only 20 minutes on his clock. After king b1, I think something like that is what he's going to do. Bishop a6 trying to play b5, so now he attacks this guy.
Yeah.
White can go knight a2. Another funny looking move, but then the knight is headed to b4. And if b5, I think knight b4, queen c3, that's a funny one. The rook almost getting trapped. The rook is almost getting trapped, so there is no b5.
No.
And yeah, Chigayev doesn't seem to be happy with his position. Down to 18 minutes on move 18. Again, potential time trouble here. And in this game, it will be very hard to manage because everything is on the board, right? We are discussing like some time troubles when it's like if we go back to board 1, let's say Pichot's game, even if you have a time trouble, do you care, right? Like, it's not so many pieces left.
No.
By the way, Pichot went queen e6. We are going back to board 1. Knight e3, c6, and c4. And I have to say, despite this still looking very innocent, there is not much going on. This is the best that white usually can hope for in this kind of positions. So white has somewhat better pawn structure, both c6 and a7 being isolated. So white is
in the eval bar, what it says, like
slightly better. Okay, if people really want evaluation bar, you won't be able to see with the eyes. It's that little. It's 0.10 something. Yes, it doesn't even show on the picture. But believe me, like in a practical game, it's much easier to play with white, these kind of positions. So like black has to be careful, and for white, it's like you just go back and forth and hope to win one of the pawns. it should be equal, of course, with the precise play, but black is the side who has to be careful.
Yeah, the Indians are really tough players. They are really good.
Yeah, and also like there is some pressure on Pichot, like he's leader, and with black pieces, like you don't really know kind of what your intention is. I mean, on one hand, of course, like everyone likes winning, but if you push too hard, you might as well lose. So I remember this feeling like playing the opening, and this is usually like the middle game of the, let's call it like we have 9 rounds. So first 3 are the opening, the next 3 rounds are middle game, and then the end game. The opening of the tournament is very easy to play. It's very understandable. You have to win as many games as possible. Yeah. The end game, usually you know what you need. Like if you're on 6 out of 6, like 3 draws is enough. If you're on 3.5 out of 6, you absolutely have to win 3 games, right? I mean, so you have more understanding. And this tournament middle game is actually quite tricky.
Yes.
Because you don't know, you don't have real tournament strategy. You have to approach each game individually and just look, what opportunities the position gives you.
Yeah, exactly. You have to take the advantage in the middle game. So,
as in a, like individual game, and the same for the entire tournament. And I'm forced pretty much to jump to board 2.
What happened?
Yeah, because some things are happening here. After rook fb1, Michalewski played queen to c3 on board 2, and computer was saying bishop e5 is very important.
But he didn't find.
Jules didn't play bishop e5, went f3, and then after f5. Black gets some counter chances, but still white is better,
Bishop e5.
Bishop e5 now is... so this is the difference. We already played f3, so there is a check. And, so it's actually a bit counterintuitive, because I also wanted, let's play f3, let's be solid, and then we will see what happens, right? But it turns out you had to play bishop e5 right now because there is no check, and the only move would be queen c2, and only then to play f3. He played f3.
So bad order.
After f5, he cannot go bishop e5. If he takes here, it's somehow rook takes f5. White's still better, but like not as much. And the best move, according to the machine, is to give a check on e6. So now, if king goes to h8, what's the diff? Okay, so some absolutely computerish tactic. We go here.
And then thread checkmate.
Want to go bishop e5, yes. And why I call it computerish, because after this capture, no, it's still bishop e5. I was thinking we take this, and the rook is hanging, and that's why black cannot take. But bishop e5 is our main threat after queen e7. No, white is much better. So in reality, after queen e6, black has to play this. And this is an unpleasant move to make because you're self-pinning. E takes f5, white will be a pawn up. And also the bishop is still quite stupid on b7. Super tricky position. And I'm afraid this one is very misleading when you look with the computer, and it says like it's so easy, white's better, blah blah blah. But over the board, you see like a lot of like different ghosts, as they say, like especially this line that we were looking: bishop e5, queen c2, f3. Remember something like rook d8, I think was the line, and then rook d2. And you calculate to something like this and say, no, I don't want to play this. It's scary. And you're absolutely right, it is. Yeah. So that's the most exciting game, perhaps, from the positions that we have. This is probably the most exciting game, because all the rest is either simplified or simplified. We don't have something crazy sharp. Everything...
And what the streamers are doing.
Yeah. Let's check what happens to the sisters and Zach as well, right?
Yes.
So start with, I don't know, I'll start with Andrea Borges because they've played a very, like, a lot of moves. From what I can tell, Andrea is completely winning. She's to move, and the winning sequence is this rook to g2. White has king f3 and rook e1.
Oh.
What? And Alexandra has finished her game, it seems. Yes. Alexandra has won.
She completely.
Yeah, Alexandra has won. Rook f7, bishop h5, rook d1. And the rook d8 threat is unstoppable.
Now she's leading. She is the leader
Four
of
out
the
of four.
big
4 out
group.
of 4
Yes.
could be the sole leader if the other games like produce no result. Or at the very least, she's a co-leader of the tournament. And Andrea went with rook g2 check, while the winning move was this check and rook g1, and then she's threatening rook h3 or this.
It's not very easy to find rook g1 because the plan is not very clear. I don't.
Yeah, even this check is not a threat. Yeah, you're saying. So here, rook h3, king f2, rook d3. Here and rook d4. So, this is how black wins.
Winning.
And then wins this pawn, and 3 connected passed pawns decide. But the thing about this position, so Andrea went to check and king g6. The thing about this position that while black might not be winning immediately, it's almost impossible to play with white. Like it's so hard. The king is weak. The rooks are not doing much. I'm not even sure what you do here. Like, do you play rook a8? Maybe. And the win is always the same. Like you have to go this and go rook g1. But she can find it. And by the way, they almost made it to the time control.
Oh.
Move 38. So one of the most advanced games here. Move 38 already. Andrea, she was playing very slow, remember?
Yes.
Like last few games, she was in a time trouble, so maybe there is like, she does it on purpose today, like, doesn't matter what happens, I will not be in a time trouble. And it works, she has a very good position. So congrats to Alexandra about this, and Andrea, we'll see. Position is very good indeed. Let's check Zak against Hirbod Barsani. Is Zak winning? Yeah, he is. He is winning. So after g3, that's what we've seen.
Yeah.
Black simply returned to e6. Yeah, good. Bishop b7, rook c8, bishop b1, and
simple developing the pieces.
Yeah, so he went bishop b4. He could already take on e4 and go bishop b4. So that would win pretty much on the spot. Because now blocking with the knight is bad because bishop e4 and queen d2 checkmate. So after bishop b4 check, white would be forced to go king e2, and then something like f5 should just win.
Right.
This is terrible position. Like.
Yeah, all the pieces really placed.
Yeah, but the move he played is just as good.
Yeah.
Bishop b4, queen e2, and it's time for black to start collecting the material, I think. Yeah, like,
taking on e4, no.
No, you cannot take on e4 yet. So bishop d2, according to the computer.
Because the bishop
d2. Now, if you take with the queen, black can take on e4. And it's simplifications, but it's not simple enough for white to survive because this bishop now is a monster. Like if you castle knight 4 to g5, knight g5, knight g5, and this is a huge threat. So you'll have to go h4, and then king has a square on f2, but then you say, okay, I'll give this check. And it's terrible. don't know. You can
Yeah.
already win the rook. Maybe
Or maybe
you
wait.
take the pawn first,
Ah,
and
yeah.
then you come back, and you go knight d2, win the rook. So this is like black is cruising to victory. So if we go back to this position with bishop d2, a
Here-
better move is to take with the knight.
Yeah.
But then black goes knight to d4. And again, black is completely winning. At the very least can take the pawn on b5 and then return. Zach has played bishop c3, but this is once again, it's a very nice positional decision, and black is much better nonetheless. Rook takes, and then white is allowed to castle, and black will go knight d4. Knight d4, queen d4. The bishop cannot move, and therefore the rook cannot move. And a move like knight f3, you just take.
Even just take.
You just
yeah.
take, and you take the rook, right? So white almost cannot move. Knight b3, again, you take, and this guy is hanging. So well played, and looks like he's about to win, I think, his first game in this tournament, right? For Zach,
Yeah,
the
it's
start
not-
wasn't
No,
great.
no, it's very difficult tournament for him because he's 2000 and
Yeah, like all the opponents are higher rated. Yeah, well, he could play in the B tournament, right? So he
no,
is not.
no, he couldn't because the B tournament is
For 1900.
Yes,
yeah?
exactly.
Okay. Okay, so there is that.
his
check.
opponent already played. I think.
Let's see. Let's see what
I
happened.
think they exchanged the bishops.
Yeah, they exchanged on c3, and now white's problem is, like, we know castle is bad, but what is good? I mean, if your king is in
Yeah.
the center, put a bishop on b1, nothing can move. Like, you absolutely have to. Okay, we could try to. No. By the way, rook c1 is a trap. That's why you have to castle. Yeah, that's why you have to castle. Then knight d4 again. You don't have alternatives. In case of queen d1, you just lose a piece like this.
Yeah.
Knight takes, then queens exchange and take on f3.
Maybe just taking the knight on d4.
Yeah, so that's but then it leads to our line. Yeah,
He castled.
queen d4, and there is no next move for white.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so he castled.
And he already played too.
Knight d4 is played.
Yes.
Let's see. Yes, it looks like knight d4 is played. So yeah, it looks like I get a good game. So my only worry for Zach in this game is that he's on 16 minutes. So it's enough time for such a good position, but like, if you don't panic, and maybe like if you start looking at your clock and think, okay, maybe I don't have enough time.
They still have to move 20 moves to get
Yeah,
to
yeah,
the
yeah.
time control. So it's
So a little bit, a little bit short on time. Maybe would prefer to have a little bit more. But on the other hand, seriously, I don't know how white is supposed to continue. Rook d1, there will be a rook d8. And it's hard to find the next move for white. It's hard to find the next move. Alright, so it looks like he's winning. Same for Andrea, but she has to find the winning maneuver.
yeah.
She has to find the winning maneuver, and what's interesting, not a single decisive game yet. So we've seen a lot of draws already, but look, like, we are in 2.5 hours of play, and on the top boards, yeah, there are like some wins on the lower boards in the A tournament. We know Alexandra Boris won, right? But like on the top boards of the A tournament, I don't see any.
The only result we have is Maxime Lagarde drew against
Yeah,
Ramazan. Yeah.
but no wins. That's what I'm saying. Like, no one managed to win quickly, and in a lot of games there are, like, fundamental, very long positional plays. Wait, somebody we were checking. One Forest. Remember that this was an interesting one. One Forest with Kaczmarek. One Forest is completely winning. Okay.
Wow.
And also his opponent is down to 3 minutes. So I was asking for somebody to win the game, and Van Forest says, you know what? I might actually win. Bishop e3, bishop h6. What was going on here? Bishop b5. Nice. A, B, knight b5, knight d6, queen g5. Complete domination.
Yeah.
Check here and c3. And it turns out that if you take, it's rook takes,
And
queen h8 is a big threat, so you have to go here. And then I suspect this wins relatively easily. Just take here,
and
go
then,
rook d6,
yes,
go rook d7, and so on.
Maybe b4 there?
Instead of rook d7, yeah, b4 also good. Anything, I mean, you can actually just play, look the a pawn, because the king is getting stuck here. But also, after queen f8, even stronger is to return the queen and then come from the other side. e5, and then go here, and queen b5. So now, oops, sorry, this queen on f8, it's kind of out of play.
No matter what.
Yeah, so black played queen e5, but this is not very serious. Takes here, gives check, goes queen f8. So queen e7 is a threat, queen f7 is a threat. So computer says king c6, and then rook takes d4. I mean, you can take the bishop with a check. So
yeah, and taking on f6, the queen takes on c5. Right?
Here, yeah, then yes, then queen takes c5, and this knight is lost as well. No, he's completely winning. So on these boards there will be a lot of results. So here, Van Forest is winning. Next to them, well, we could actually wait for Van Forest to finish. I'm thinking,
okay,
because his opponent is in a time trouble. He already played a move, bishop a6, and Jordan simply took the pawn, I think. He just played a move, and I'm thinking queen f7. No, wow, he played queen c5. Beautiful. So this move, even though it's not the strongest move by computer standards, but it finishes the game immediately. After queen c5, what happens is rook takes d4. You cannot go to e8 because checkmate. You have to go to the c file. Doesn't matter where on c file you put the king.
And then you
rook c1. Rook c1. Yes, and the game finishes. A beautiful finish. Queen takes c5. And black has no moves.
So, he just blundered the queen.
Yes, yeah, almost like in the world of streaming, you would have to say, "Oh, my queen." Yeah, queen c5. I mean, there was a lot of different ways of winning. Queen f7 was the strongest according to the computer, but queen c5 is nice, and also you're making sure that you're winning because queens are traded and you're up a lot of material. Queen c5, and his opponent, kind of has a little bit more than 1 minute, but
he's
doesn't.
Like shaking the head, like.
Yeah, I mean, what can you do? What can you do?
And Van Forest is looking at him like, "Are you gonna to resign?" Yes.
Yes. So congrats to Jordan Van Forest, and this is quite a comeback. So he started with a loss. And then won three in a row to return to the leading group. So now in round 5 today afternoon with the black pieces, it will be kind of a critical test for him.
Yeah, and it's good he finished a relative early because he has time to rest, to eat for the round in the afternoon. For sure will be tough for him.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
For everyone.
And then very next board, Pierluigi Piscopo against Volodar Murzin. I think we were looking at this game, so just quickly we'll show what happened. So f6, remember we had this bishop to h6, king h8 was played by Murzin, which was also fine. Knight b5, and this is something very aggressive. Knight d6, knight to e5. rook to f6, queen g1, wow, rook g8, knight takes b7. So what's this? Black is up an exchange for a couple of pawns. So if black plays something simple, like say takes here, interestingly, white is still in the game. So it is still a relatively tricky position. So in order to win, black needs to find knight g4, attacking the bishop and also threatening knight f2 checkmate.
Yeah.
So bishop g4, knight g4, and you don't have much of a choice. You have to take, and this is just winning for black. With two exchanges up, yeah, black will win. It's important not to try to checkmate your opponent because you are the one you're the one getting checkmated. But of course, yeah, okay, these people will not blunder checkmate in one. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that Murzin doesn't see knight g4. He's already thinking for like 7 minutes or something, and he still didn't play knight g4. A bit of a surprise.
Maybe the opponent thought like to have the bishop, to take the bishop on b7 is very important because that bishop is really annoying.
Yeah, the bishop was really annoying, but it's not like white had too many alternatives. So knight b7 was supposed to be played, and then yeah, now I think any knight to g4 is winning the game. Yeah. All right, Kirill Shevchenko's game. Also next to these ones, couple of boards up. What's going on here? Shevchenko is somewhat better. So white played a lot of pawn moves but didn't achieve much. And it almost looks like lost some time moving the pawns on the queen side. And now knight takes, bishop h6. Black just has to be careful to defend against the checkmate, and you can do this by going rook f7 or possibly queen f7. Nah, queen f7 would be a mistake because of this.
Spinning.
And knight d6 is a threat. So it's exactly rook f7 what you have to do.
Attacking the queen.
And yeah, the queen is attacked. This is a difference. So white cannot play, probably wouldn't mind playing rook f7, rook a7, but the queen is under attack. And if queen g3, black gets the time to go bishop f5, bishop g6, and be absolutely safe. Okay, so I don't even know. What do? We go back to the top boards maybe to see if there is any update.
Maybe we check the game is next to this one too. I saw Vitaly Sivuk.
Sivuk. Let me see. It's he's probably a bit lower, right?
Yes.
Here with white. Sivuk against Roy Wagman.
He lost in the last round.
Yeah. He lost some like really disastrous game, yeah. Lost very fast. Here though, it seems that he's doing okay. According to the machine, he's just winning. Also, his opponent is down to like 3 minutes.
Like, what move? 33.
33, so still control. 7 moves, but not only that. Like white is threatening knight e4, and like taking on f3 with this rook loses to rook b6, king. I'm not even sure where the king has to go. King c7, come on, king c7, it's d6, yeah? And taking with the other rook on f3, white I think can take on b6 as well, but knight e4 is even stronger, attacking the rook.
There is no checks.
Yeah, there is nothing. So rook has to defend b6 and defend the rook. So if you go, say, this rook to f4, I think white just wins by going
Yeah.
here,
And
going
the
here.
knight is joining too.
Yeah, everything. So just like you can already take the knight, but computer even does this. Check here and rook 2 to b7. So these rooks cannot do a thing. Taking the knight means you're losing the rook on f3.
Yeah, he's winning.
Yeah, so 1.5 minutes left. We could wait for his opponent to make a move. And finally we found him with the camera. Yeah, this young gentleman doesn't look very happy about his position. Yeah, could wait and see how the game's going to finish, and I don't think it will last long. Needs to play a move.
Yeah, 1 minute.
There is also such thing as clock, you know.
Yeah.
Again, it's unclear. Wait a second. How did it happen? So it was this e4. And he went rook. The position was already bad on a previous move, but then he went rook c3 and underestimated this capture. It feels like, because I mean, you would expect somebody who allows ed5 to have some plan what you do the very next move, but it turns out, yeah, he probably blundered something in one of the lines. So black just played the move. I'm not sure which move was played. Rook f, then knight to c8.
Knight
Okay, knight c8
defend.
makes sense. Knight c8 makes sense. So he defends b6. At least there will be no checkmate. But now knight e4, pay attention, attacks both rooks.
And that's a fork.
That's a fork. And black has to do this.
So he's giving the fork.
Yeah.
The exchange, sorry.
Yeah. Takes, and then white is winning, I believe, in many ways. Computer as fancy as always, some tricks, rook c5, because why not? I would think rook b3 with the idea to play rook f3 to exchange a pair of rooks should be good as well.
Yeah, and also the king gets to the close to the pawns, and yeah.
So it looks completely winning, but Sivuk has almost 15 minutes, and we don't know if he's planning to play fast or, you know, will spend more time. So we checked, it's a winning position. I think we can leave him and declare that he has already won.
Okay.
Yeah, so what else do we have? Do we have something really funny? Remember this Sicilian position. It's Krishnan Ritwik against Khan Erdogmuz, and somewhere here we've seen it, and we were criticizing c4 because e4.
Oh yeah, I remember.
So strangely, black did not win immediately. So queen f2, bishop a5, knight f4, bishop b4. But maybe he's winning slowly. Okay, queen f3 was not needed. Could just move the pawn forward. Queen f3, rook c1, e3, c5, and black is thinking. Again, they are approaching the time trouble stage. It's move 26, so still 15 more moves for black. And the e-pawn is dangerous, but at least like some relief for white that this bishop finally playing. Yeah, there was a moment where the pawn was on c4, black bishop was on c5, so this guy was completely out of play. Now the bishop joins the action. Computer still insists on like just move the pawn, but then it's not that obvious. Queen e2, and you will still need to work quite a bit. I mean, it would be nice to go rook e8, but this square is controlled by the bishop. Okay, it's about time we start getting results on the top boards, I'm thinking. And maybe it's also It also makes sense to ask the chat if there are like some early birds following. If you guys have any requests for us to check a specific game, just tell us.
Yes, if you have any question or if you want some request, you can just write in the chat and we will see if we can watch the game.
Yeah. Okay. So we are reminded that on the top 10 boards, all the games are in progress. We only have a draw on board 7. Maxime Lagarde made a draw against Ramazan Jalmakhanov.
Yeah.
I'd like to revisit a game of Fedoseev. There have been some progress made.
Okay.
They've exchanged the queens after... Yeah, okay, so I'll wait for the board to appear on your screen, guys. Yeah, so Fedoseev won back the pawn on g6. The camera we have is on this game we just looked at, right?
Yes.
And Black did play it too, so he does the right thing, but he'll still need to work. And for Fedoseev, I'll just quickly click through the game. I'm surprised he didn't manage to win material. So rook e1, g5. This is an interesting moment. So computer was suggesting that you can actually take on e3 and take on e3 and go rook, not even rook e8, but king f7. But somehow I feel that one of the harder trades to make here is to exchange the knight for the bishop, because knight was I'm not sure if it's still better, but it was better for most part of the game. The bishop on e3 was not very good, and taking on e3 means playing the rook endgame, which is known for like a lot of times, like you win a pawn and it's still a draw, right? With the knight you have kind of more hopes, even though objectively taking on e3 was better. So after g5, black almost gives away all the advantage. King f2, king g6, a4, g4, rook e8, and Fedoseev played an intermediate g3 check. So after rook e8, black played g3 check, captured the rook, and now I'm not sure. Like you can do this maybe, and this, but how to break through? Like h3, rook h3 always. Computer says it's completely winning for black. Maybe because white is in some sort of a zugzwang. You need to move. If you leave the h file, it's always h3. If you lift rook to h3, then it's rook e1, or in computer's case, it's actually preferred to take the bishop first and then goes rook e1. Yeah, so this could be like some sort of a zugzwang. And if you go king d2, what does computer do? Takes here, goes rook h8, and in case of rook h3, I'm not sure. I mean, computer says +4, black is completely winning. But it's not clear.
Yeah.
He still has to calculate some stuff. So what I'm thinking, he could go knight h4, and after rook g1, go king f5. And what I'm trying to achieve is to go king f4 and sacrifice the knight for 2 pawns, maybe knight on g2. Knight g2, and rook g2, king f4, king f3, h pawn is going. So looks like this should be winning. Fedoseev down to less than 15 minutes, but it's move 36. So here
they are getting without problems today.
Yeah. He will get to the time control without a problem. And what did he do? He did play a pawn to h4. So apparently he see the way how to break through. Pawn to h4. Yeah, fair enough. fair enough. Probably found the way to make progress. Then, okay, I mean, we could stay on this game for a little bit, because Fedosey is playing relatively quickly, and so does his
What did
opponent.
he play?
White replied with rook h1, stopping h3, and he immediately played the move, but I don't see which one, and it did not register on the digital board just yet.
King.
King to g5. Ah, yeah. So far playing like a computer. King d2. How do you win after king d2 is the question. Because what computer is giving some like a6 trade and then b5. This is not easy in my understanding. And king d2 is played. Yeah, so we identified it correctly. It was almost a Zugzwang, so king d2 is the only move to keep the position alive.
And rook.
Oh, wait a second. He
Rook
says
e7.
you know what? It's still a Zugzwang, rook e7. Because now if king goes here, no. I thought there is like some breakthrough. No.
I don't think he wants a draw.
No. He will not. I mean, he can repeat once, by the way, just to
test.
no, just to get to closer to 40
Oh.
moves, right? I mean, so it's move 39, and then like you play a couple of moves because your opponent doesn't have active counterplay, right? So white will have to wait. Go king d3, king d2. So,
Right. Yeah.
so you can go here, let's say. You go back to e8. After king d2, you can, go a6 or move the king backwards. So, white is practically parallel. What?
And
Rook h3. Rook h3.
I feel that's a really bad move, maybe. I mean, like
he can return. There is, according to computer, there is nothing like dramatically changing after rook h3. It was lost and it is lost for white. So maybe he keeps the king on d2, protecting e1, and will be moving with the rook. Also possible. Still, black has to find this final breakthrough. Still has to find final breakthrough.
And one move for the time control.
I mean, you can do this, for instance, and then when he takes, go here and take the pawn back. Another option. Maybe you don't need to do this. How about we get the knight on f4? But I don't know how. So if the knight is on g6 on f4, black is just winning. Okay, I can show the computer lines. It simply takes, it's waiting one move. It goes here, threatens h3. So white has to play here. Then it goes a6. After white moves the king, let's say to d3, it goes b5. And after white takes everything, it goes rook 8. Opens the file, goes to a2, wins the game. Fedosey went rook f7. Wait a second, what's that?
What he wants with
So now if rook goes back, I think one of the ways to win would be to take. And is this winning? Wait a second. Here, g2, here, here.
And he's winning.
We cannot go h2 yet, right? So it's king e3,
King h4.
king h4, king f2, g2, h2, sorry, king g2, queen, king takes, and king g3.
On time.
And collect everybody. I mean, all the guys. Yeah, so it is a winning maneuver. And this is confusing when you only look at the computer lines. computer shows may be the best, but you tend to miss more human variations. Like in this one forest game, it's a beautiful queen sacrifice,
Yes.
which finished the game on a spot.
Yeah, and
And-
also probably they know these ideas.
Yeah, of
Yes.
course. So here, like you have two very far advanced pass pawns. So one of the ideas would be to sacrifice the knight, the one that I was showing, but it turns out even the rook can be sacrificed. Yeah.
For the viewer, it's very nice to know this technique because if you get in a similar position, you can use and remember how Fedoseb is doing. Yeah.
How to win this one. Exactly. And again, there is also this idea of just not sacrificing anything, but get the knight to g6 and then to f4 and, just win. After rook h1. Okay, he's to move, so he can do this. He can do this. He can take d4 and f3 and just win. Or he can wait one move, and then if white goes rook h3, it's much easier win. Because you take, and now if white takes back, the pawn simply promotes.
Yeah. No.
So it's easier with the rook on h3, of course, than the rook on h1.
I think he.
Let's see, yeah. Feels like he's taking, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
Oh, rook h7.
That is something absolutely different. Rook h7, okay, rook h3, I guess.
And now?
And now I'm not sure. Okay, he can try my plan. Knight e7, say check, king f5, and that's why we have the rook on h7 to protect this guy. And then let's say white's waiting, you go here, and you go here or here. And in this case, you can still go.
But in e5, it wins the pawn, right?
Yeah, knight e5 wins the pawn. And if it wins the pawn, it wins the game. And we are reminded that we have other games going, and it's a lot of changes on board 2. So maybe it's time to check Jules Moussard and Viktor Michalewski.
What's going on there?
Yeah, I've completely forgotten about this game. So after f5, computer was suggesting to give a check on e6. Jules, went e5. And there's a lot of stuff happened. Queen d7, bishop c6, queen f5. Now all of a sudden the position is equal according to machine. Bishop d7, queen f4, queen e5, h4, bishop f5. He lost all the advantage. Now he has to
Rook e1.
Has to trade the queens according to the computer. Rook e1, yeah, could be, but then okay, first of all, let's show that something like this, two rooks against the queen. In this case, the side with the queen will be stronger because the king is weak, right? So the queen and the dark square bishop will attack the king, and it will be problematic for black. But the line of rook e1 is the black changes on f4, exchanges on e1, and then goes after the b3 pawn. And this is actually annoying.
And I think they did change the queen.
Yeah, they did exchange the queens after queen bishop f5. White took on e5 immediately, and went rook b2. So after h6, interestingly, h6 is apparently a mistake. h6, bishop f4, and now we are back to white being better. Rook e6.
How an innocent move like h3 is.
Yeah, h6 is a mistake. It's not because it's a
blunder.
Yeah, it's not because it's a blunder or a bad move, but black had a very limited kind of time to double the rooks, it seems. Rook c to e8, and Now, no, I don't understand anything. Now h6 here and rook e2. So this is the difference. So he had to double the rooks, so that if the bishop goes to f4, there will be rook e2 or rook e1. And now h6, queen here, rook d2. Still can do this, right? Still can do this and rook e2. Yeah, I think it's like computer shows some numbers, but we shouldn't care much. It should be a draw, I guess. Should be a draw with precise
In the
play.
first board,
First board.
Barat versus Puchov.
First board. The game is still going and it's still completely equal. Last move, knight d5, and I don't even know like what to add here. Okay, black kind of has two threats, but you move the king and both threats are stopped. Like king d2, knight f4, there is knight e3, then the king will start running. So no, Pichot is not worse, but also it's very hard to imagine black having winning chances here. So there is that on board 1. Board 2 is this somewhat complex endgame, which very likely will be a draw anyway. On board 3, I'm quickly switching to board 3. Hushenbeth, is he in a bit of a trouble? I'm asking myself. No,
Okay,
he
they
isn't.
drew.
Board 1, eventually they accepted that nobody is winning this knight's endgame. It's
Yeah.
a draw.
They are disgusting.
Yeah, some live, some nice
Analysis.
discussion on the board, on the first board, right? So that's nice, and this culture, regrettably, is kind of fading away. So modern, like younger players, I see them like the
Yeah.
game has finished and they are running
Yeah.
back to their hotel room to check with the computer what computer was saying. But sometimes it's nice, to exchange the kind of human opinions, right? What did you feel like? Was the position good, and so on? And then you get back to your hotel room, you check, and you understand like everything you were thinking was wrong. It's very, very often the case. Okay, so this one's going. Board 3, roughly equal. Again, board 4 is an interesting position. A lot of stuff happened. They also passed the time control. That's Francesco Soni and Erai Kilic. And here it is. Here it is. So 5 pawns each. White has the bishop and the knight against the rook, which normally
It's
should be winning. Yeah, but the fact that white has doubled pawns, it makes it not that easy.
And also
make progress.
they are just one group of pawns, so the bishop is
Yeah,
not.
on one side. Yeah, exactly. So the bishop cannot, or rather, white cannot attack like a pawn on one wing, the pawn on the other wing.
Yeah.
So there is one idea that white has. Otherwise, it would be like a dead draw. But there is, let's say, some move for black, and white has this breakthrough, f5, and then if you take this pawn, it's bishop d5. If you take the other pawn, it's bishop h5, and in both cases white actually does make progress. Yeah, it can be that white is still going to win this one, because for now, out of 4 games of leaders, it's hard to say if we will have a single player on 100%. So we already have one draw. On board 2, very likely a draw.
They drew.
Yeah, so again, top 4 boards with players on 3 out of 3. And board 1 already drew. Board 2 is...
Jules is winning.
No, I'm not sure. I mean, he's better, but I still have this feeling that the game will finish in a draw. Board 3 is completely equal. Yeah, maybe Jules... I feel like one of the two, either Jules against Victor or Francesco Sonis against Kilic, will win. So very likely we'll have only one player on 4.
Yeah, only one player.
Yeah, that's the feeling. Like if we have 2, it's the pairing is automatic. It's clear they're playing against each other, but it's not easy to tell. And again, so on board 4, the only idea that white has is to play f5 under 2 pawns. Wow, and black played rook a8.
With what?
With the idea that after f5, he's going to take, and after bishop h5,
Okay.
he will have rook h8.
Nice.
Because otherwise it's actually a problem. Like if you go f6, it's knight g6 check, and then this, and h pawn starts moving. So rook h8 is a nice, important resource, and let's say here it's almost equal, if not completely equal. So he's fighting. And I think white still has to go for f5 because he might not get another chance. And then, like, your winning chances are pretty much connected to the fact that you can break through. So I think he's gonna go for it. Very likely he's gonna go for it.
5. Really nice.
Yeah, so while this is, yeah, like the top boards are quieter. On board 5, Fedoseev still did not win, but he's getting closer and closer, I feel like. He's gotten the knight on g6. I'm switching once again to Fedoseev's game. And they also pass the time control. So he has like all the time in the world to think how exactly is he going to
I think
win.
that most of the players pass the time control.
Yeah, very likely. So we started at what? At 9. That means 12 our time is... No, 12:40 they will like guaranteed will finish the time control. So there might be still time troubles. We could actually look for the games that are, you know, like complex positions and also the time trouble. So let's say here, even if they would be like time, they will not make the time control with black. You can shuffle with the rook to just get to move 40. Next to them, however, Sugirov and his opponent Paul Welton. Sugirov is down to less than 3 minutes, and still 10 more moves to play. So this is relatively sharp.
2 minutes?
Yes, he's down to 2 minutes. And also, wait a second, isn't he in a bad shape here? So this was this French defense where white had, remember, had a huge space advantage on the king side, but somehow he decided not to go f6 but to take on e6, and then it worked well for black. Queen d1, h6.
He was very passive, but I think...
Yeah, somehow white got over optimistic, sacrificing on f7. And he missed this rook f8 brilliant move. So now if rook takes e7 happens, it's king d8 attacking the rook, and also rook f1 is a threat.
Very nice tactic.
Yeah, it's a nice tactic, and also it's easy to miss. And apparently a4 was very strong here, but like Sugirov being in time trouble, he went queen f3, and now after king b8, e6, black is almost winning. Black is almost winning. Computer suggests to move king even one more time to a7, so there won't be any check from this diagonal. Let's see if Paul Welton finds this move. Yeah, I think I get the idea. So if you take, white has... No, it's wrong. I thought queen g3. So you're going away from the pin line and then you take the bishop. But in this case, still some crazy stuff happens here. Check with the bishop instead of queen g3. Yeah, yes. This works as... no, this doesn't work. But why? If this... g5. g5 is here. It's like an annoying move. Okay, should ask the computer. Queen b2 is equal if white takes on g7. Okay, this is a little bit too much. This is a little bit too much. Oh, yeah. So there is that very sharp game. Good for black if he finds everything. Then in the same points group, with half a point, kind of loss of a half a point, we also had Lagarde against Ramakhanov, who made the draw. Then we have Darda, who's playing in all of a sudden completely winning. There was a very boring position, like with a lot of a lot of pawns in the center. Everything was blocked. But now, current position, all the pawns somehow disappeared. White attacks f7, and moreover, the game is finished.
Oh, the game is
finished. After queen b7, I think he just resigned. Yes, so Darda won.
Darda won. We have another result.
Yeah, Darda won, and 8. 3.5. Sorry.
3.5.
8.5. 8.5 out of 9 would be too much. Right, and why I was looking at this one, because again, next to them, so this is board 8, and then board 9, I guess. Bronstein against Chigayev. So Chigayev, much higher rated, but in a big trouble. This wrong King's Indian position.
With the bad bishops.
Yeah. So what happened was that white started attacking f5, as I said, that he will force g6, he'll go h5. So Chigayev is trying to exchange the queens, but then this is a terrible bishop, I just realized. So the bishop on c8 is not great, but also on d8.
Yeah.
So fun line is that here computer simply plays rook h2, then
bring
rook
the other
h1, knight d4, like white is completely dominant here. White's completely dominant, and also Chigayev is down to 1.5 minutes. It's a very tough situation for him.
And what is doing the board 12?
Board 12, and what's we didn't check board 12 at all, right? And who's that? Haraldsen, no?
Yes, and Lorenzo Lodisi, grandmaster from Italy.
Against Benjamin Haldersen
from Norway.
So here, it's a very sharp, and apparently, according to computer, it's an equal position, which is probably impossible to finish in a draw because it's so complicated, so sharp. So b2 pawn is hanging. So one thing that I would do is probably play b3 very fast. But according to machine, you can also play rook f7. I would never play rook f7, honestly. So in case of this check, which is very tempting, all of a sudden white is winning.
Oh.
Because king c1, queen g5, and I guess... and you have to blunder the queen. You go queen d2, and then if black goes to win the queen, he's getting checkmated at the very end. So after rook f7, capturing on b2 would be a terrible mistake. And instead black has to go queen e5. And then, okay, the line goes on, computer line goes on, and I have no idea what it means, like c3, bishop takes, and then you take b3. It's just a super sharp position. It's a super sharp position. Next to them, Lev Yankelevich, I think he's lost against Guriel Ediz, like from, textbook rook endgame. Black has an extra pawn and the rook supports it from behind. So Ediz Gurel is winning, and it's not a lot white can do. We could check...
maybe Luca Moroni.
Yeah, Luca Moroni is here.
Italian champion.
Yeah, Luca Moroni is here. This looks like a very early stage in the game. It's move 25, so both are in a terrible time trouble.
2 minutes.
2 minutes, yeah. Luca has a spectacular looking move queen g6, using the fact that the pawn is pinned. However, it's not necessarily winning. So this pawn is of course a problem, so black has to play queen f6, and now the way to keep the advantage is to actually preserve the queens on the board. So to go queen h5, but this is super complicated. And if you decide to trade, then all of a sudden black has the advantage because your rook will be completely misplaced. There is no more attack and rook just doesn't do anything on g3. So again, very, very hard position to navigate.
Yeah.
Like this bishop on b2 is blocked and not doing much. And Lucas down to, well, 1.5 minutes, less than...
Yeah.
Now everything, like on every board, like we are getting so many moves. It's almost impossible. I want to look at all the games immediately, you know, all the games simultaneously. Right. So there is that. Did Luca make a move? No.
Did it?
No.
No.
40 seconds. 40 seconds.
Jeez.
40 seconds.
Yeah.
And this game that we were just checking, the rook is on b2 for Halderson. So something is going on. So rook c7, rook b2, king c1.
Oh no, you are right.
Now it's what? He cannot win the queen because queen d2, white is winning. We already know that it will be a checkmate. However, in this line, rook b8 is still good, and he did play rook b8. So rook b8 defending the 8th rank, and then he is threatening this. Yeah, queen g5, bishop. Well, such a sharp game.
Yeah, and with just 3 minutes. Yeah, and they need 10 moves to get to the time control.
Yeah, it's a lot of people who will probably not manage to get to the time control. I mean, it's so crazy.
I think these boards are exciting.
It's like everything is it's so strange. Like leaders, all of the kind of top 4 boards, they are quiet, let's call it this, not to call them boring. And then people with half a point less, they're playing some crazy games.
Yeah, and remember today we have a double round, and
and
it's important not to lose here. Yeah.
Okay, so after rook b8, it's not even clear what to do for white, because computer suggests absolutely counterintuitive move rook to g7 to guard to stop queen g5, and if I do something else, I think I'm just losing. Like what? c3? C3 is maybe a move. Yeah, c3 could be a move. If I don't do any of those, if I don't know, play some pass, then I'm completely lost after queen g5. Yeah, makes sense. So I don't even know where do we have to stay.
Maybe we go back to Luca Moroni.
He played queen g6. His opponent went queen f6, and now Luca has to play queen to g5 in order queen to h5 in order to keep the advantage. And again, and he did, yeah. So and he does play queen to g5. By the way, Chigayev is next on on board 9. He's in a terrible trouble. They might be just lost. Might be just lost, and also in a huge time trouble. So I'll show his game as well. That's complete domination, 96, and he just captured. White captures back. It's such a terrible bishop on d8. Goes king g7. I'm almost tempted to say let's go h6. You don't need it. In fact, this is the better move, like to take and to go bishop d5 and then double the rooks on the h file. But h6 might also be winning. So Chigayev, I have to say, got completely outplayed, and I don't know how it happened. Yeah, okay, here it makes sense to switch on the evaluation bar because it's almost fully white.
Winning.
Yeah, white is winning here.
Completely.
Yep. Ah, okay, now. After king g7, what to... Wow, and see, Chigav, look, and he's below 1 minute, and it's still only move 30. So this is the game which will not survive the time control.
Yeah.
Almost sure. Almost sure. I'm just thinking, like, what would be, if not the easiest, but kind of the nicest way. Can I this all of a sudden? To go e7, bishop e7, knight c7, or yeah, my plan was to go knight c7 and e6, but then this probably is not good enough. No. Computer somehow manages to keep tension in this position. Just takes g6, goes rook h6.
Maybe takes g6 and then bishop c6, trying to
Completely stop everything. Yeah, also looks nice. Also looks nice. Yeah, so black's problem is like this bishop is not playing at all. And white has so many ideas. Wait, Luca. Yeah, back to Luca. Something's happening. Something's happening in Luca's game. Queen h5, rook f8 was played by black, and I think Luca now played rook to g6. What's going on? Rook to g6, and all of a sudden white is completely winning. So his opponent... Look, I mean, it's so interesting. Queen g6. And then rook g6. Attacking the bishop. And if you go here, it's queen h6. Everything is pinned.
Oh my god.
Crazy. No, this is seriously.
And he saw all of this with 1 minute in the clock.
Yeah. But strangely, it's easy to miss the idea that white wants rook g6. So black had to defend against it. There was an interesting option to defend by going b5. And now if you do rook g6, I think black sacrifices the queen. Or does he? Not really. He has queen f8. And it looks ugly, but it actually defends against both threats.
Okay.
So the real mistake was not even allowing rook g6, but taking away the square on f8.
Either for the queen or for the king, yes.
Yep. And now white is completely winning, and his opponent is also down to like 4 minutes. But moreover, there is no move for black now. Yeah. Again, it says like the best move black has is to
4 minutes.
To go b5 and leave the queen under attack, which is not easy to do.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. All of a sudden, like in every game, something is happening, and then so like so exciting. Okay, it looks like Francesco Sonis will not win. On board 4, they've simplified it even further, and now I don't think white has enough chances to break through. Board 3, the game goes on and probably still around equal. Game 2 looks better for white, I guess, but they probably... Yeah, okay, let's check game 2. They are on move 39, so it's one more move and they reach the time control. And it is better for white, but not by much. Not by much.
Like yesterday, he was better a little bit.
Yeah, maybe. But yesterday it was a bit trickier. I'm afraid like here, what will end up happening, so this pawn disappears somehow. Like say black goes rook c3, b3. White will sacrifice c4 and take b4 pawn. And then white will be slightly better, but will not be able to win. But we'll see, of course. Yeah.
Maybe we check Andrea. I think she
probably
is
finished.
drawing.
She probably finished, no?
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't see her game anymore.
They are still playing.
What?
Yeah, this is this is draw.
Of course, no. But where is our extra pawn? What happened? I mean, I don't understand.
Yeah.
I don't understand at all. So I don't know what she was doing. Wait a second. She was giving these checks, rook h2, rook f7. I don't even know. Something really strange happened. Okay. Now, of course, it's a draw, but I mean, the tendency is like she was completely
better,
winning.
yeah,
She was completely winning, and now I'm not even sure.
It's not that simple to see how the technique. If you maybe
Okay, last time she was winning was
Maybe
to go f5.
Yeah.
And then, but this is already like, not the methodical win, but the tactical one. So f5, pawn takes f5, and king h6 was winning. And then g4 is the big threat, so that's not that easy. Check, and then check on h4, and only then takes. Yeah, but this endgame, I don't think we will be looking at it. This is just a draw. Yeah, let's go back. Let's go back, all the way to, don't know. Murzin won, One Forest won. Some updates on, on results. Kirill Shevchenko, something is happening. I don't know. He was much better, but since then, like, a lot of stuff happened. They are both in a terrible time trouble, and I think he tricked his opponent. I think now he is winning if he captures on f7 with the queen. Yeah, looks completely winning for black.
2 extra pawns.
Yeah. You know what? Let's go to, what was this? Benjamin Halderson. This game was absolutely crazy.
Oh yeah,
Rook e1 was played by white after rook to b8. Here again, just, I don't know what to do with this information, but computer says bishop e5, black was winning. Instead, bishop c3, rook e6, queen g5, queen e3, bishop b2, and white is thinking again. King d2 or king d1.
Yeah.
Anything, king d2 or king e1.
They don't have time.
No, nobody has the time now. Like,
everyone is in time trouble.
All the games that are still in progress, one side or very likely both are in a time trouble. Luca Moroni has won. Some more updates. No results more. I think, well, Filoseev is winning.
Darda won.
Darda won long time ago.
Darda.
Yes. So here, king e1. What is going on? No, he went king d1. Check, king e1. So he's trying to run away from those perpetual checks. And white again threatening a checkmate on the last rank. So black is pretty much forced to come with different checks. Let's check. So if queen h4, king d2, queen h2, king d3, and white is winning. There is no more checks. And if queen c7, rook e8 is a checkmate. Yes.
This is a problem. This h6, the pawn in h6 is controlling the king.
And this is exactly what happened. So he already has played queen h4, after which the only way to stay in the game was queen c4, and he has already played queen h1. So now after king e2. Yes, and after king e2, white is objectively winning.
Yeah.
White is objectively winning.
They didn't make it to time.
Yeah. Move 37, and no, he doesn't have a move. He doesn't have a move now. Can, like,
queen g2.
Yeah, like queen h2, king d3 wins, queen g2, queen f2 wins.
There is no.
And after this check, queen f3. And eventually you're running out of checks, and if you trade the queens, white all of a sudden says, I'm an exchange up, Yeah. And this group of players is on what?
And here, queen c4?
Wait. Here, queen c4, I think the king is running here.
And the bishop?
And after bishop d4, king g3.
Yes.
So the trick is, after this check, the king is running to h3.
Nice.
And strangely, like, white doesn't have, let's imagine white to move, white doesn't even have, like, checkmate. White is threatening rook here. But it's a very, very, very powerful threat. And let's say after bishop f2, you cannot take because queen g4, but white is winning with this move. Now, it's great. It's still, like, very complicated. It's easy to say, like, when you see the computer lines,
So
but
weird.
it's super complicated. Like, with seconds on the clock, like,
Yeah.
you don't know what's
It has
going on.
50 seconds.
Yeah, you don't know. Like, with black, you don't know what to do. With white as well,
Yeah, and the thing is, when they get into time control, they will have enough time to realize.
Yeah, and to calculate everything.
Yeah.
Yes. So this is next, like, few moves, super important. For now, white is winning if he finds kind of all the correct moves. By the way, if he doesn't play queen f2, if he plays king d3 now, I'm guessing it's immediately a draw. Queen f1, and you have to block, and this, and then checks again, and it's a perpetual. Crazy.
Yeah, that would
Ooh.
be. Yes.
He has to block
2
on
minutes to realize. 3 minutes.
Yeah. So queen f2. Lorenzo has to play queen f2. Kirill Shevchenko has won officially. The game is over. One Forest has won. Murzin. What else? Sivuk is still playing, but he's winning.
He's winning.
He's winning, yes. And I think, yeah, let's. I mean, we have no choice. We have to wait for these guys to reach the time control, right?
Did Zach already finish?
Ah, Zach, let's see. Let's see.
The chess nerd.
Just a second. I'll find his game. It's hard to recognize. He was so much better that. Now, okay, Endgame. He's still winning, but
He could win much.
he could win easier, but that's good. That's understandable. The good thing is he's still winning, and he reached the time control. So last move f7, f6. It's
Okay.
move 40. Black
It's
is
move
up.
40.
Yeah, so f7,
Okay.
f6, move 40. He will have an addition of half an hour. Black is up 2 pawns. Okay, a7 pawn maybe not so important for now. It would be much better on a5. But yeah, he's up 2 pawns and should be winning.
Zach.
So I want to go back to the top boards quickly to check. Yeah, so on board 2, just to clarify, I think they reached the time control. Yes, on board 2,
Yes.
Musart and Mikhailevsky, they reached the time control, and Mikhailevsky is thinking on his move number 41. And white is marginally better, so white is not like winning here yet. On board 3, Hushenbeth move 38, and again it was very
Oh my
quiet
God.
position
5 seconds.
yeah, 30 seconds, and position is super sharp, so something is going on again. Did he play a move? He went somewhere. Queen e8. He played queen e8, after which white is winning officially if he finds the move queen g5. I don't know what
Queen
it does.
G5.
Queen g5, yes, computer says +3. So it does something, I don't know what exactly.
Well,
If he takes knight g6 and it's almost equal, but queen g5 somehow is very, very strong. I guess, like planning queen f6.
yeah, I don't know. Queen f6, h,
Yeah, queen f6, h6. If I can do, of course,
or
it's
h takes g6, maybe king g2, or I don't know if.
yeah, no, I mean, it also can be, but first, it's like black has to do something against queen f6 and h6, right?
Yeah.
And also e6 is hanging, and also with queen on f6, there could be some rook d7. Yes, white is close to winning. White's advantage is huge, but he has to find queen g5, which is not easy. Again, both on literally on
1 minute.
last minutes. Both on last minutes of Hushenbeth. He was well prepared, but then somehow misplayed it. Oh, such a lot of sharp games. Fedoseev still playing, but they reached move 40 a long time ago, and there's
They will think a little bit.
yeah, there is no surprise. Like he will win no matter what. Darda has won. Moroni has won. Chigayev is still fighting, surprisingly, but probably also gonna lose.
And I think Andrea just drew. They are,
So in the chat we have a
you know,
we have a discussion, or we see the camera. Yeah.
yeah.
That's a huge miss, of course, by Andrea, having one position for quite some time.
It's not easy, but yeah.
All right, and in the game that we are looking at, Queen G5 was played, which is the strongest move. Huschenbert replied with Rook to D8, and now Rook D6 is crucial.
Did he play?
Yeah, he played Queen G5, and
Well
now
done.
no, but this is kind of classical situation. Move 40, and you have winning
Oh,
move,
no.
Rook D6, and you have less than 1 minute. So Rook D6, well, it is a logical move because if yes, and he did it. Rook D6 played.
Okay.
So now if takes, the knight's hanging. If you move the knight, I think, well, even stronger, bishop b5 and d7. Completely crushing. So Nicholas,
Unfortunately, there are many games they are finished before on time of the move 40.
Yeah.
Yes.
yeah, so this is, wait a second, so that's what? That's board 3, Parkhov winning, and he will be on 4 out of 4. I just realized, somehow I didn't get it from the beginning. He will be on 4 out of 4. He will be one of our leaders, if not the only leader, because the other games are quite likely to finish in a draw.
Yeah.
The other game of people on 3 points, right? And I think in most of the games, if not all the games, we should reach move 40 by now. So Mikhailev, I'm just checking the top boards. Mikhailevsky, they reached time control. Board 3 also move 41, an absolutely winning position for white.
Yeah.
This reached time control long time ago. This is move 65.
65.
Move 65, and it can go for 100
Yeah.
moves.
And what do you think here? Is this a draw?
It's a draw, yeah. It's a draw. So you would like to somehow attack the e6 pawn 2 times, but what black is doing is very clever. So he activated the rook, and he will always attack one of your pieces, like attack the bishop, give check, here, there. So should be drawish. Should be drawish. So that's here. Then Fedoseev is completely winning, and also they reach the time control. I think that's like move 55.
In board 10?
Board 10, which one?
Board 10 is Luca Moroni against Miraya.
No, but Luca Moroni won. Luca Moroni won thanks to this Rook G6 trick.
Yes, I remember.
Yeah,
we don't
Rook
have
G6 it was completely winning. We don't have the result yet. And I think we have to check this one. They also reached the time control. Board 12 that we were following, Lorenzo Lodici against Halderson. So there was like checks back and forth, and again, he can win, but for this he has to find Queen F2, Queen F3, blah blah blah, all these things. But he got to time control. He's got some time. So
yeah, because it's a critical moment, so he has to.
He will have to think now. So one last thing before we go for a break. One last game I want to check is a game of Sanan Sugirov. Here, he was in trouble, and he's in trouble. In fact, I think he's completely lost. So 2 minor pieces against the rook and 2 pawns, but white king is weak. White pieces are not very well coordinated, and one of the reasons this position is bad also, that after knight f5 there is a very annoying move rook c3, attacking h3. So there will be a check, king a7, and yeah, it's very hard to defend. I mean,
Queen h5, but
yeah,
the
but then the
is...
queen is out of the game, like everything is. Okay, computer says queen e2 and probably just
Yeah.
checkmates, but I'm thinking like with queen being out of the game, bishop being out of the game, you probably win by pushing the pawn a5, a4, a3, a1. Right, so this is a huge surprise. So
Maybe we check like if he already played or not. I'm sorry, I don't remember that part.
but tell me the name.
Yeah. No, it's okay. They were in time trouble, I think. I don't remember. No, they reached move 40, right?
Which one?
Bakrov Jair and Niklas.
Board 3.
Yes.
Yes, they've reached the time control.
Yeah, and they are
also
thinking, yes.
also white is winning after he found rook d6.
Yeah.
So this is the one that very likely to be over very soon. Like black will realize he has no way of holding it, and this pawn will promote. Okay.
Yes.
So we survived to the time control.
Yeah.
They survived to the time control. Fedoseev just won. I've seen like a handshake. So Fedoseev wins and gets on on 3.5. There will be quite a few players on 3.5 because players with 3 points, we already have 1 draw. We almost guaranteed to have more draws, like Sonis against Kilic is a draw. So we will have 1 sole leader.
Yeah, with 4 points.
With 4 points, and if Jules Moussard wins, there will be 2. And then a bunch of people with 3.5, because Fedoseev won, and then Sugirov loses, so his opponent will be on 3.5, and blah 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 blah. There's a lot of people winning, like Darda 3.5. Who else? Luca Moroni 3.5, and so on and so on. So will be a very, very solid group of players, leaders after round 4. We are not going away just yet, but we will take a break, right? We will take a break, come back, and at least look at the leading group games, wait for them to finish.
Yeah.
So stay tuned, guys. We will be back shortly.
So, friends, we have with us International Master Benjamin from Norway, who just played a draw against top seed Fedoseev. So, Benjamin, can you walk us through the critical moments of the game against Fedoseev?
Yeah, I think the opening was. This player is playing everything. He's so strong, and against lower rated, he always does something random. So I didn't prepare much, but he played some French variation, and I played a3, and I didn't remember much. He played queen b6, and then we got into some position I thought should be better, but then I mixed up a bit everything, and then there was this critical moment when he played e5. I spoke to him briefly afterwards also. initially I thought it was better for him, but then and at the end of this long variation, it seems he had missed my a4 move, which actually gives White some counterplay, and it's not so easy for him to at least push for a win, I think. And then he went rook e8, and then he played rook d8 the move later. Then he was just worse, I think. And I had a pawn up, but I mean, maybe I should have. I also had an attack, so I could have gone for an attack, but I think draw is also fine. But I think I felt my position should be very good at some point.
Do you think when you exchange the bishop and knight, if you keep your bishop more, you have more chances?
Of course. I just at this point, of course, I thought I could play. Of course, that was my idea from afar, and then I saw this position, and it was move 40, and I had like 3 minutes. And in the beginning, I thought, of course, I'm just going to make a move, yeah. But then after knight d5, I couldn't find like a simple idea to make progress, and I thought maybe I had small chances in the rook endgame. But of course, I should have just played bishop e5 or something. But I didn't see a way through, to be honest. But of course, I should just keep the bishop, and he has to be careful for some time, I thought. But yeah, I'm not sure how strong it is in this position if I just don't take b6.
Okay. How are you feeling here in Sardinia during this tournament, and what are your thoughts on the arrangement made here?
No, so far it's been one of the best tournaments I've been to, like, in a long time. It's weather is nice, right by the beach. Very relaxing environment, and yeah, I've only played 2 rounds, but my play is so far decent, so I think nothing to complain about. It's very nice, especially coming from Norway, where it's a bit colder now. Coming here to 22, 23 degrees and some sun is excellent.
Okay, so as someone from Norway, the home country of 5-time world champion Carlsen, could you share some insight from chess scenes in Norway and how it was influenced your life?
Yeah, I mean, I started playing chess before this Magnus boom came. I mean, especially when he won against Anand in 2013 in Chennai, it was broadcasted in Norway, and it became a big thing. So then he became like a big celebrity in Norway, and chess got a big, much more recognition and fans and all this. But at this time, I've already been playing, so I was 14 years old. So it didn't affect me too much. But right now, of course, I'm playing for his chess club, Offerspill, and I was part of the team that also won the European Club Cup with Magnus on the team. So I think in general, he has good influence, and he's also very good at helping young players, and he joins us on some training sessions and shows some insights. So it's very motivating to have this big star from Norway as well.
You just mentioned before the interview you lived in India. Can you tell us something about it?
No, I think I just told you my dad was working in Bangalore, which in India, and so it's my whole family stayed there, and I was 10 and 11 and 12. So I stayed there for 1.5 years, and it was a great experience. I know India very well, better than most, at least, from Norway. So it was very nice.
Okay, so thank you so much to talking to ChessBase India, Benjamin. Good luck for remaining round, and we hope to talking to you after more games.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Okay, welcome back. Round 4 is still in progress, and we are rejoining after a break, right after the players reached their time control. We have quite a few games in the leading boards still in progress.
We have many results. And thank you so much for the raid, both the slides. Well done for the games. Alexandra won and Andrea drew their games. So I think we are waiting for the afternoon round.
Yeah. Okay, so here are the results on top 10 boards, and I think one more result is missing. Yeah, on board 3, Nicholas Huschenberg has lost his game against Yair Parhov, so we have a sole leader for now. Yair Parhov, international master from Israel. All the rest, yeah, and one of the surprising things is in board 9, Maxim Chigaev, whose position looked completely lost. He found his way, or maybe his opponent did not find the way to win. Anyway, the game is still going. Computer says white is winning, but it's far less clear than it was before. Right, and we will start from board number 2.
Yes.
From Jules Moussard against Viktor Michalewski.
They are in an equal position right now.
Well, kind of yes and no. Yeah, it probably is equal, but white is up a pawn and white is who is trying. Let's say if white offers a draw in this position, black would immediately accept. If black offers a draw, I'm not sure. Probably Moussard is trying. So now, during the break, I checked, and it seems that
it's very attractive
Rook
move.
D2 is what black wants. So the question is, can you really stop it? Because, say, Rook D5, black is exchanging, going Rook D2, going Rook D5, and this is one of those positions.
This is draw.
Yeah, this is draw, but it can also last forever. I mean, this is the problem, because white is a pawn up, and he can still try, even though it's completely drawish, of course. So that's one of our nightmares. That something like that will go on. Board 3 finished. Board 4, this position didn't check for, or didn't change for a very, 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 very long time. It's almost like black might make a draw by 50 moves rule very soon. No, seriously, on move 51 or move 52, we had this position, move 52. Now it's move 74, so 22 moves, nothing changed. Like no pawns moved, no captures. Black has a straightforward way of making a draw, I think.
But I don't understand. The clock says he doesn't have time.
No, this is the glitch that we had. Remember, like the other day. So first, one of the players' clock has to reach 0, and then half an hour is added. I don't know why we have it, but we have it. Yeah. So it says 00, but that means additional half an hour for each player, because they made like 70 something moves. Anyway, this looks like a draw. Then Fedoseev has won. Sanan Sugirov on board 6 is in a terrible trouble with white.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, computer was saying it was absolutely winning. Check, Rook C1, Bishop E1. And, okay, Rook C2 would win the game on the spot.
Yep.
Rook C2, and there would be no defense against
why
against
he
Queen
didn't play that?
We should ask him. He played King A7, but still white is paralyzed and cannot do much. So, yeah.
And board 3?
Board 3 has finished.
Finished.
There is no result, but
Huschenberg
has lost.
Yeah, so he found a way
on move 41 immediately. So Rook D6, Rook takes D6, E6. He thought for some time and he just resigned.
Yeah.
So yeah, we could wait for Sugirov's game, like look for a few more moves in this game. So king a7, knight f1, black captures the pawn on h3, queen e2. Strangely, black did something like not the most convincing thing. He's still winning, but the game could have been over by now. Now the queen kind of got stuck a little bit. Even potential to go knight e3 maybe.
It looks like a white.
I mean,
He's
he still
resistant,
lost.
yeah.
Yeah, he still lost, but somehow he did not lose immediately. And again, on move 46, rook c2 would finish the game in one move.
Can we see board 12?
Board 12,
If
yes, we
they
can.
already found.
Lorenzo Lodici, right?
Yeah.
Yes, he went
Yeah.
for the winning line, so there was a lot of checks here and there. So the king was running, and eventually he found king f2. So now from like the engine evaluation, I know white is winning. And wait, and black did play something. Queen takes c2 is on the board. Queen takes c2 is on the board, so now king g3. Still so tricky to play. King g3, rook g8, king h3. Wow. I wonder if he's going to find it.
King
It's not easy.
g7? Rook g7?
Instead of no, but there is the bishop, right?
Yes, the bishop.
So the bishop's gonna take king h3, and this is how he wins. But he's still thinking. I don't know. Alternatives, no. Queen e2 would be bad. Rook e2 maybe. Again, rook e2, logical move it seems. After queen c5, computer says it's equal. So again, it shows, like if you only follow with computer evaluation, you think, okay, the position is done, white is completely winning. One wrong move and everything changes.
And he played.
He played king g3. Okay, he played the right move. King g3. So the king is hiding here, after which white wants to double on the 7th rank and win the game. And now again, if we follow the computer line, computer does something really strange. So goes queen d2, maybe to g5 or something. And again, let me play a human move. King h3. Immediately it's a draw.
Why is that draw?
It's a draw because black has a funny trick. Bishop to e5. He threatens queen h2 check. And if the bishop is taken, the rook no longer protects h6. So it's queen h6, king somewhere, rook g8, and now I have to block with the queen and so on. So the problem for white, that he has to find like a lot of only moves. So now, for example, the win is rook c7 takes c6. Something very contrary to what I was promising. I promised that white will double on the 7th rank. Instead, he captures the pawn on c6. And if this happens, then we go king h3. Okay, makes sense. And then both rooks defending h6.
And if it doubles the rook instead of...
If he doesn't take, I suspect again that it's a draw. No, even worse.
He's
Rook
losing.
g8, yes, now he's losing if he doubles, because after rook g7 there is something with bishop e5 and so on. No, seriously, I'm confused. King g4. And he takes this rook because this rook is pinned. Wow, this is funny. So after this check, even if you go to h3, then it's
check.
queen h6, yes.
Or queen h2.
Or queen h2, yes. And after king g4, the g rook is pinned to the king. And that's why you can take the other rook. But it's very easy to blunder any of these lines. It's a very, very, very tricky line.
Yeah.
Rook g8. Okay. Played rook g8. White goes king h3, logically. And now the question is, what do you do? Queen d2, let's say.
D2.
I cannot play f6. I almost played f6. And this is covers this
Blunder.
fixed rank. It's just checkmate in 2, yes. Just blundering checkmate in 2. So again, after queen d2, white has to play this move, which is far from being obvious.
Yeah, it's not obvious.
Yeah, like
Because
you
you are
want
thinking you want
seventh
to
rank, yeah?
checkmate.
Seventh rank, not the sixth rank. Yes. Incredible.
And he played.
He played king h3, yes. And now it's
His draw. No.
no. He's winning, but after queen d2, and queen d2 is also played. After queen d2, I'm not sure if it's the only move, but one of the moves that win are actually rook takes c6. So let's go like this. We don't want to move the king, right?
No.
We cannot move the queen because reasons. There is nowhere to move the queen.
Where?
If we move this rook to e7, we are checkmated, right? Okay, if I take with this rook, I lose because bishop e5.
Again, bishop e5.
Yeah, bishop e5. If I don't know. If I pass, I lose because bishop e5. So bishop e5 is a threat. Finally, I understand something. Bishop e5 is a threat. And to stop this threat, I need to take the pawn, not because I want the pawn, but because after bishop e5, rook e5, I have the other rook protecting h6. Okay, at least something is clear in this position. No, but it's incredibly hard to play this kind of stuff. And the king on h3, for those of you who just joined and wondering why the king is on h3, because it had to run, but originally in this game, this king was castled long.
Yeah.
And it had to run like all the way from c1 to, or even b1, I think at some point.
If I'm not wrong, black was a little bit better.
No, black was better at some point, much better even.
Yeah.
So it was a crazy game. It was a crazy game. The king, yeah, not only was castled long, it was also on b1 at some point. And guess what? It was hard for me, but apparently it's not hard for Lorenzo, who captures on c6 with the correct rook and is winning. Well played. Bravo. Rook takes c6. Now... and now, since this pawn is protected, we free the e6 rook, and the next move computer is playing in many lines is rook e2, rook g2. So, in fact, we are not playing for the checkmate with white,
It's just
but just
to consolidate
defend our own
yeah.
king and then win on material. Okay, so this is, well, winning for now. This is winning for now. What else can we check? What else can we check?
Maybe we can check.
Okay, a couple of news on board 4. The game finished in a draw. Francesco Sonis and Eray Kilic. That's the final position with only a bishop for white. And on board 2, we've reached this terrible endgame, which is absolutely drawish, but as I'm saying, like, white can play this almost forever.
Yeah.
White can play this almost forever. And honestly, there are some ideas. It's not like, it's drawish, of course, but let's imagine white somehow gets the bishop on d4, and then puts the rook on b7, and it will be not easy to defend this guy.
Problems.
Yes, if let's say if you drop, sorry, it's white to move. Just a second, I'll show some, it's white to move because the rook is hanging. Okay, I realized. Let's say this, and somehow you get this bishop to the long diagonal. Let's say black is cooperating, bishop d4, and it starts getting problematic. And there is also like threats of attack the fifth rank. So it's not as simple. Okay, I played a few stupid moves, but I didn't blunder a rook with black, and all of a sudden black is in a serious trouble. and the computer was saying drawish like 3 moves ago. Rook b4. Rook b4 is also the same thing. Actually, he wants to start with putting the bishop to d4, then maybe go to b2, and then to rook to b7, something like that. Yep. So this will last for a very long time. So I suggest we check every other game possible, and then decide what to do with this one.
Yes.
Then we will decide what to do.
If you want to watch any specific game, you can let us know, and we can take a look of the game.
Yeah, and I suggest we check board 6. Sugirov against Paul Walton.
Yeah.
So Paul could win earlier on, but still his position is completely winning. So he chose
to push the pawn.
To push the a pawn. Yeah, white was tied down on the king side, and therefore cannot really do much about black advancing the pawn.
Yeah, he just stopped trying to checkmate, and now he's going for the promotion.
So I'm curious, if black plays a3, so it's not very clever to allow queen c7, because then white will threaten a perpetual check from a5 and d8.
And to exchange the queens here is not a very good
like
idea.
Queen b6?
No, I mean, like, if I try to stop the perpetual with queen b5, for example.
No, it's fine, of course. No. It's the best move in the position to go queen b5. So
and
that's
after
good.
queen a5.
Oh, we just trade.
Yes,
We
because
just
the king is
trade,
really far away from the pawn, right?
I'll just go here, and you cannot even give the bishop for the pawn, right? So we control c3, and next move a2, next move a1.
Yeah.
So this is easy, but even stronger is not to play a3, but first to go rook c1, taking control with c7 square. And then white even doesn't have the trajectory to get to a5.
Okay.
Because we will need to move the rook sooner or later anyway to push the pawn, right? So that's why, like, first moving the rook, controlling c7.
And c3? Maybe.
And c3, yeah, if needed, maybe rook c1, he played. Well, I have to say that maybe Sugirov misplayed something, but his opponent, Paul Welton, plays it really, really strong. He plays really strong. It's a high-quality game from black. But this is group of people on 2.5 out of 3. So even if he wins, he's not joining the leader.
Both are grandmasters.
Yeah. He's a grandmaster as well.
Yeah.
I thought he was an international master. He's a grandmaster as well. Okay. Then what else? On top 10 boards, we have a lot of games finished. Chigayev, board 9, I think.
9,
yeah, board
exactly.
9. Or Bronstein with white against Maxim Chigayev. It was a game that we thought will finish long time ago, but somehow black managed to stay in the game. Yes, white is winning, but it's very, very tricky now. So black pawns are running. Black plays king h7, kind of disturbing the rook. So if rook g5, of course, he will go back to h6. He wants this rook to leave so that then the rook is not behind the g pawn, and then we'll move forward. So king h7. Computer says something like rook here, and I don't understand honestly. If f3, somehow he manages to regroup. Knight c4, knight e3. But it's almost as you will have to win this game one more time. Knight e5, super tricky. We could go a little bit back and see where white
has
missed.
a piece up.
No, but white, it seems like white missed some easier win. Like here, for instance. So he took, went rook h6. Take rook on h8, knight c7, correct. Rook c5, knight d5. According to machine, had to... nice. He could go check here. And then you have two choices. If king g7, that wins white a time to give a check with the knight. If king g8, you go bishop d5. and you defend the c4 pawn.
And
Because
you threat
e7
a
is a
discovered
threat.
check.
Yeah, and
Very nice.
And if this just knight e8 or knight b5 or that knight b5, I like knight b5, even though it drops the evaluation. But after knight b5, this is not moving. This is not complete paralysis. It's absolutely complete paralysis. All right. So after king h7, rook f8 is on the board. And now, before move 40, Chigaev was in a time trouble. Now it's clear that his opponent is somewhat struggling to convert because he's down to like 3.5 minutes. And this is not easy. On short time, you see this like, black pawns running.
Yeah,
and
it's
you
so
start
scary.
You start seeing variations where they actually promote.
And they are pushing the
Yeah,
He's pushing.
f3. Why not? Just go f3. Again, if we look at the computer, it says white is still winning. But like without having the evaluation, it's actually quite scary. So we have
He needs to think fast because just 3 minutes and stop the pawns, even if he's winning there.
Yeah. No, I mean, he needs to bring the knight, right?
Yeah.
So bishop can stop the pawns anytime, more or less, but knight is far, far away. And also what's unpleasant in the situation like this, that normally you have the passed pawns, opponent has the passed pawns. So normally you would be pushing your pawns, and then when these guys, the black pawns
You keep the
arriving,
pieces.
yeah, maybe sacrifice a piece. Yeah, but these pawns are so far away that there is no point of pushing them right now. Yeah,
No.
you might as well lose. So what you have to do is to consolidate.
Control.
Okay, so this is what computer likes. I'm thinking what black can do. Like go here maybe. If here, all of a sudden, almost a draw. I don't know why, but almost a draw. Knight d4, king here, knight here. No, it's just, pretty random. Attacks the rook, attacks knight c5, knight a4. It's almost impossible to play. I don't know how people play these positions. I would blunder on every move.
Yeah. The knights are so tricky in the end games.
Yeah, and look, he's down to 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes. Move, play something.
Yeah. Play.
What? 130, 140, 130, yeah. And it's not like there is something. Okay, let me again. This is a human move that I understand. Bishop b5 to kind of stop the pawn and cut off the knight, but it does not cut off the knight. The knight still can go to e2. Yes, that's why you bring the white knight first, because the rook is fine on f8. It stops the pawn. And he went knight d5, not knight c4. This is still winning, according to the computer. Knight c4 was somewhat better, but knight d5 is also good.
Bring in the knight.
Yeah, so he's opting for e3, anyway. He's opting for e3 square. Now white white have to decide what to do after king g7. And computer's voting for rook f5. And after king g6, there is knight e3. Also not trivial, like your pieces are hanging in the air. Right, so now Chigaev is thinking, and he's got the time.
22 minutes.
Yeah, so he's got the time, so
What
we
do
can
think?
move, right? We can move somewhere.
Let's check board 12 if they already
Right.
finished.
Whoa. Rook c6. This one, right? So found all the good moves. Black plays queen g5. And now rook e2 was the good move.
And did he play?
And he played rook c3.
Giving the exchange.
Yeah, he's hoping for black to take the exchange, because then it's right.
Yeah.
Then it's a checkmate. The best move according to the machine. The best move is bishop h1. I'm sorry, but this is really funny. Like the best move is bishop h.
It's not creating
what
a
does
threat.
what does he want? I don't even understand what he wants after rook c3.
Maybe
Not clear.
is it Suxpan? I don't think so.
Queen. Let's try. If queen g1. No. It goes back to c7 or something. No, it's almost impossible to navigate this one. So again, the win was rook to e2, and after, say, bishop d4, rook g2. Relatively straightforward, by the way. So just get the rook on the g file, and you'd win. And if bishop f6, threatening a checkmate. Okay. I'm saying straightforward, but rook f6, queen f6, and rook e6, and to understand that white is winning this is not easy. Seriously. And let's say queen a1, and you pretend you're not afraid. I would be afraid, but computer says no, you shouldn't be. It's incredible how this king on h3 almost checkmated. Like the moment there is a check, or this check, or something, checkmated, and black cannot create a single threat. So that's why. Okay, that makes sense, because the computer was saying, okay, rook e2 and white is easily winning. But now I thought, what if bishop f6? Threatening checkmate here, threatening checkmate here. And then, yeah, if you have to see this and back to e6 and then f6, no, it's almost impossible. Almost impossible. So super tricky game. We could check Zach, the only streamer's board that is still in progress, I think. Or it was in progress during the break for sure.
Yeah, I think he's still, probably. I'm not sure.
I'll check it right now. No, he won.
Yeah,
I mean, it's not. No, I'm fine with him winning. Just know that the game is no longer in progress. So, move 40. He played f6, and looks like he had no problem converting after that. So brought the king in more active position, offered the trade of the bishops, and like if you trade, then the d pawn decides, activates the rook, bishop e4, d3, king d4, went all the way through. And his opponent even blundered. Yeah, the opponent even blundered the exchange. But it's here, like if you give a check, I think just go in with the king, and then this and this. And not only the bishop, but also the king will be lost. So it will be a checkmate.
The streamers finished their games.
So streamers scored 2.5 out of 3, and could score 3 out of 3. Again, Andrea had to try a little bit harder to convert the endgame. She was winning at some point.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's very difficult to know that technique. Even myself is.
Yeah, maybe she just. I think her problem was that she kind of got obsessed with this idea that 2 rooks on the second rank, there will be checkmate, and there was nothing. Yeah, so she had to kind of look for alternatives. But anyway, overall reasonable result. And Alexandra played a very, very good game, I think. There was like some slight imperfection when the position was already winning.
Yeah.
So she did play a very good game. Checking what else do we have. There are still some positions with queens on the board. I mean, I don't even know. Yeah. No. This one has finished. That's a draw. Why is it a draw? Black is a queen up. I don't know. This is a funny game. It has already finished. So Bo Philip Olsen won against his Indian opponent Nathinha. And there was a moment when, wait a second, here, where black had 3 pawns against white's knight and bishop. I'm actually not sure. Did they finish or the game is still going?
What board is this? I'm going to
This
see.
is like somewhere closer to, I don't even know. I can't tell.
I will tell you.
Olsen, if you can find Olsen.
With the white pieces, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I found it. It's board 25. Maybe we can
Board
see in the
25,
camera.
yeah, like if we have camera on board 25, it would be interesting to see. And why I'm asking for this, because people are known not to be able to checkmate with knight and
Yeah.
bishop, right? So if I'm playing black, I would at least kind of try to
Okay,
play.
let's see. I mean, Olsen is an international master, and the black pieces are a woman grandmaster. So practically, she had to know how to.
Yeah, but it's him who has to checkmate, right? The white.
Yes.
So Olsen has to show the technique, or had to show the technique if she resigned.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I mean there've been examples when like even grandmasters couldn't figure it out. Like I mean, especially like if you're tired, you know. I wouldn't have a problem winning. The only tournament game I had like to demonstrate the technique of winning with knight and bishop wasn't a problem. But still, all I'm saying, like, I would not be surprised if white checkmated. But all I'm saying, I'm a little bit surprised to see black resigned here.
Yeah.
So trusting her opponent, kind of that. I believe you know how to checkmate. Look, what's going on? So if king g, well, actually, no. So it was winning all the way. It was winning all the way. We just don't know if the game is really finished or. Yeah, it's an empty board. 25.
Thanks. Yeah.
Thanks for showing us that the game is officially over. So looks like we are having fun checking boards.
What
that
this T-shirt says? I don't want to what?
I don't know. That's a T-shirt on the poster, so we will check. We will check and inform everybody.
I don't want to blunder.
I don't want to blunder. No one wants to blunder. No, no one wants to blunder. Any updates?
Okay, let me see.
Not more. Board 12.
They still. He
A5,
found the
A3,
move.
and then no. Well, it's not like he found the move, but
What else I can?
yeah, like what else exactly? What else can you do? Like you move the rook, you're no longer threatening. White is free to make progress. Interestingly, moving the pawn forward is bad because now you close the bishop, and it cannot return on the same diagonal. So black decided to wait. Yes, he will be playing bishop A1. Crazy.
Yeah.
Bishop
players.
A1, bishop A1, bishop A2. And then one of the winning lines would be to go to E3 and again allow bishop F6, and in this case the only winning move is rook takes F6. Crazy.
Yeah.
And they are getting low on time again, almost like from one time trouble to another.
Yeah. Benjamin just have 4 minutes, and Lorenzo 9. Yes.
Well, the trick is, like, you either find the winning combination, which once again, I repeat, would be to allow bishop f6 to take, to go rook e6 and push the pawn the next move. Or, I don't know if you can make progress at all. Like, if you don't see this idea, he went to c3 to stop bishop f6. So he thought bishop f6 is too dangerous. If you don't see that you can allow bishop f6, how do you even win? Like, the rook has to stay on the 6th rank to defend. Okay, if I move the rook, let's say on a6, just to see. There is also something with rook f8. I don't know. Maybe c6. Maybe let's double the rooks. So I pretend I want to go rook c8. Maybe this is winning. Now a4. I cannot go here ever because h6 is hanging. Crazy. Yeah, black can stay. In fact, bishop b2, bishop b2, bishop a1, bishop b2. And I will not be surprised if white actually doesn't find it and agree a draw.
Oh.
No, seriously. I mean, it's not easy at all, especially since he had these rooks on the 6th rank and he went himself to c3.
Yeah. It's so dangerous because he has to, the queen is defending everything
Too
very well.
many squares, right?
It's like
I mean,
the king is almost getting checkmated. Yes, and
no, but if you think it's a unique position, so a lot of pieces on the board. This guy is not moving. King h2, queen h4, black wins. The queen is not moving, defends too many things. This rook cannot leave the 6th rank because the h6 pawn. So it's very hard to move for white. For black, kind of the same thing.
bishop.
If you move the rook from the g file, all of a sudden no checkmate threats and white finds something. You cannot move the king because it's in the corner. You don't have good square to move the queen.
You cannot take the rook.
You cannot take the rook because it's a checkmate. Yes, so you move literally the bishop from a1 to b2 and you are waiting. It's crazy with the board full of pieces.
Yeah. They are asking if there is 2 rounds today.
Absolutely.
Yes. Today we have double round. The next round is at 4 p.m. So there is not too much time for the players to rest, eat, and prepare for the next round.
Also, there's not too much time for commentators to rest.
Yes.
Right? So, yeah, 4 p.m. it's our time here in Sardinia. So adjust to your time zone accordingly for the next round. The hint is it is 1 hour later than usual. So usually we start here at 3, but because today we have double rounds, the second round will start at 4. So our coverage for round 5 will start 1 hour later than usual afternoon broadcast. Okay, and nothing finishes. This is no. Finally, we are getting some results. Sugirov has lost. Sugirov has lost, or rather, his opponent has won. I believe, like his opponent deserves sort of full credit. So in this position, he could do. Think he could do whatever he pleases. He decided to simplify like that.
Yeah,
and go a3 and go a2, and then the king is coming closer to b6, b5, c4. Black is winning. So that means on the top boards, the only game we have is board 2, right? On the top boards.
We have board 9.
Board 9,
Maxim,
exactly.
Maxim
right.
Against Bronstein, yeah.
Chigayev with black against Or Bronstein.
Yeah.
And you know what? As we said, it was reasonably easy to misplay after king d2, king g7, and knight d4. Now, if Maxim plays knight d4, computer says no longer such a big advantage for white. So white is still better, but somehow it's very, very marginal. It was +4 for white, so like dead winning. And now it's less than a pawn, and he has to go here, and he has to allow this pawn to go forward, which is like crazy. And then the other pawn. I mean, I'm probably not doing it at all. Like if I'm playing white, I don't want it. I'll probably accept a draw because you can lose as well. Like pawn on f2, pawn on g3.
You have to be very precise and.
Yeah, like if I see something like this happening, that my opponent can go f2 or g3, and I have to calculate all this. Oh no.
And there is not enough time. Look,
and he's on 1 minute. Absolutely, yeah. He's on 1 minute.
Yeah.
And wait, and Chigayev played something else. He goes knight g3, after which
it's not very good. It's your knight
is blocking the
your
pawn. Yeah,
pawns.
Rook f4, and then wait a second. Rook f4, f2. This is I'm just reading the computer line. Rook f2, knight e4, king here, knight takes, king takes, and rook b1. Maybe this is enough to make a draw, you know. Before rook a1
Getting
wins this, yeah. It could be enough to make a draw. Even though the pawn is getting far. But black also has the pawn and maybe runs with the king, who knows. So anyway, this game is anything but clear. And again, let's not forget white is below 1 minute.
Yeah.
So anything can happen.
Yeah, 40 seconds to make a move.
I think he just played, he played on the camera view. I see he played rook f4. The question is, can I do something else? Can I do like knight h5 or... I almost want to play knight h1. Knight h1, f2, g3. No, this is probably terrible. Yeah.
And knight f1?
Knight f1 check is not bad. King d3, but again, the knight in front of our own pawns,
Yeah.
So computer given this one, knight f1, knight h2, but I don't know what it does. So white all of a sudden starts running in front of...
I know.
Again, strange stuff.
Okay, he just played.
He just played... yes, he didn't play f2. I'm almost sure like he's trying to win. Because his opponent is down on time. So he's trying to win. So he gets the knight on h5. Now, if we believe the computer, rook c4 is winning. And don't ask me why c4 and not any other square.
Yeah.
Rook c4, g3, knight e3, f2. And so we put the rook behind the g-pawn. King goes wherever it goes, say f7, f8, even computer is not sure. And then we go bishop b5. So these two guys stop the f-pawn and the rook is behind the g-pawn. And this is how... Wait, but g2 you just take. Yeah. Okay, makes sense, but also doesn't make sense. Because it's very hard. And he went rook d4. After rook d4, g3,
it's allowing...
we are back to almost equal. I don't know what changed.
It's getting close there.
I don't know what changed after rook c4.
I think it's in... Oh, well.
In some positions, maybe you needed rook to the first rank, which you don't have with the rook on d4. Maybe that's the reason. But again, if we are kind of looking at this game from White's perspective, he doesn't have the time to figure out what exactly the small difference is. Super sharp.
Yeah, and also I think Maxim is playing fast because doesn't want to give the opponent time to think. Just 1 minute to make very precise moves.
Yeah, no, exactly. That what he's doing is very unpleasant for the opponent, for sure.
Playing fast.
So after rook d4, now he takes his time to calculate, and then we'll find some few moves, and we'll go for it. And a little update about board 2, by the way.
Okay.
Because now, even though computer still says it's a draw, but now it looks a bit more realistic, I want to say, for Mursad. The g-pawn is hanging, though. So I'm almost want to say that White is about to win the h5 pawn. No?
What
but this one is
people versus
zeros. But it's not the computer who's defending with black. It's still a human game. It's like, for instance, rook c1, and then computer suggests that you take on g2. But are you sure that you want to make to make this draw, right? I mean, are you sure that you want to make this kind of... I mean, the bishop just goes somewhere, and it's rook and bishop against the rook, right? So
it's a draw.
It's a draw, but how many people are comfortable defending it? I'm not sure. I wouldn't be, even though I know how to make this draw, but it's actually tricky. And there've been examples even strong grandmasters losing in a practical game. So all I'm saying, it's not as easy as a computer tries to present. But again, let's go back to board 9. Chigaev, of course, it's a much more tense position. And again, look, these pawns, f3, g3. something's going to promote. I feel like, I don't know, I have this feeling that black's going to win this one.
Yeah.
Computer's giving a funny move here.
What?
Rook g2. And that's why you had to have the rook here. So now rook g2 and black, and white cannot take, because then this pawn actually is promoting. With the rook on c4, that would be rook c1 resigns. Now it's actually black who is winning. Crazy.
Chess is
tricky, but at the same time, how do you find rook g2? It's not easy. So the line goes rook g2 and then something like king c1.
King has to defend the pawn on b2.
Yeah, like king c3, rook e2. Yeah, that's nice. Disturbing this horsey. And it's already equal, according to the machine, because in a variation like that, what computer is doing, it defends the knight. He needs the knight to stop the pawns, and then black takes the b2 pawn. And the moment black takes the b2 pawn, it's probably a draw. Because all these guys will win black a piece. And yeah, the remaining white's advantage will not be enough. But he seems like he has to find rook g2. I'm not sure if the other moves make a draw. I'd say f2, we are back to white being winning.
Yeah, because bishop b5 controls.
Yeah, check or bishop b5, or check and bishop b5, and actually transposition, yeah? Check and bishop b5. So rook g2. Wow. Okay, if I do something else, if I go knight f6, for instance. Lost immediately. Very good. Because this, and I kind of run into, I don't have normal squares, so I would love to go king g6 and support my pawns, but then it's this check, and knights are tricky animals.
Yeah.
Horses here. Yeah.
Knights.
Knights. Horses. So Chigaev, he was kind of looking comfortable on the clock, but now he's also down to like 5 minutes. And has to find the only move, which is rook g2 check.
Would you think in the move rook g2 in a position like this?
Not sure. You can find it by, kind of by accident. No, he did play g2 with the pawn, which loses to rook g4.
He played rook.
Yeah. Rook g4, of course, is logical. You want to put the rook behind the passed pawn. Rook g4, now king has to go somewhere. He goes to what? h6?
What?
I think he went to h6.
There is no check on f5?
There is.
Wait,
and even better, you start with bishop c2, so that you will have checks on f5 and so on. And now if f2...
Oh, maybe... I'm sorry.
Check.
Yeah.
Tell me.
Bishop... No. I'm sorry.
No, bishop c2 was cool.
Yes.
And the reason for this is that there is a check and checkmate on the next move. If king h8, it's rook g8. If king h6, it's knight g8. Funny enough. And this is a funny looking checkmate pattern. So 5 minutes for Chigaev and bare seconds for his opponent or Bronstein. Now bishop c2 is winning. Knight f5. Your move is also winning. Knight f5, king h7. Then continue with bishop c2.
Did he play?
Now he's down to like last 15 seconds or something, and he played bishop c6. Wait a second. What's bishop c6? Well, perhaps still winning, but that's super sharp. Bishop c6. So if f2, bishop g2, you have to play. No, that's crazy. He made a move with 11 seconds on the clock. Made a move with 11 seconds on the clock. Now, I mean, we cannot leave. This is such a sharp game, because the things are happening in the other games as well. Like on board 12, our game that we were looking was still in progress, and then Yeah, board 2. I'll just check if there is a draw on board 2. I'll tell you, but no,
Yeah,
for
no,
now,
for
for
now it's
now
fine.
they are still playing.
Yeah.
So we stay with this
They
one.
are asking if
Yeah.
bishop c6 is a blunder.
It's hard to tell what I mean by this. It does not give away the win. So white is winning still. So it's not the best move. The better move would be one of our lines, knight f5, bishop c2, or bishop c2 immediately. But at the same time, bishop c6 is very logical, how to say it. Like, you want to attack these pawns, and you probably go after this line. Bishop takes g2, and in this case...
You don't have, like, 5 minutes to think in the checkmate or all everything. You need to make
so this
moves.
bishop c6 is what you play with, like, maybe seconds on a clock. You just bishop c6 to stop the pawns. This is like really easy to understand. And also it could be that he was planning to play bishop c6 if black would go somewhere else, because black, let's say, could go king f6, and then you don't have these checkmate ideas, so you still have to make a move, right? Okay, after bishop c6, Chigaev just played something, and I don't see what it was. Knight f6. Knight f6. Attacks the rook. Attacks the rook. Now, knight f5 needs to be played.
Clock is going down.
Yeah, again, 20 seconds left. The move to play is knight to f5. Wait a second. If I don't play knight f5, if I say go to g3, it's draw immediately because rook b1. And then knight g2.
King c2?
Ah, no, g1 then.
Oh.
He's threatening g1.
He just check? Yes.
Knight f5. He did play knight f5. So knight f5 is a strong move. I don't know why. Ah, I know why. Because after king h5, rook g3, this is a threat of checkmate. This is actually a threat of checkmate.
Okay, this is
and
happening.
He did,
Yes.
He did play it. Rook g3. He did play it.
And they are
they also
scores. Yeah.
They have to get the extra score sheets, and this is, this is a bit annoying. I have to say that you have to write down the moves at the very end on 30 seconds.
Yeah, I do it at the end, or just put an I don't know, the initials.
So after rook g3, he did play rook f1. And now, in order to win, what you do is you have to take on f3. No other way. Rook f3, and now you have to go knight g7 because the knight is hanging. So it's some weird looking tactic, almost like Pichot yesterday, like some knight is far away.
I think he did it.
He didn't do this. He gave a check on g7 first. He did give a check on g7 first. I don't know if it's any different. Now, yes, it is different. Because you go here, now after
there is no check.
Bishop f3, rook f... after bishop f3 there is no check, and he can play g1 queen.
Yeah.
So he made a huge mistake. g1
okay,
queen.
he just moved to what?
He did what? He didn't take the pawn. I'm telling you, he's gonna lose, no? No, wait, it's Chigaev who played king h6. Never mind. Yeah. King h6. So now white, already not winning, has to go knight f5, and black has to go king to h7, so that in this line that we were looking at, he can go g1 queen. Also can go rook f3, I think, now. Rook f3 is also possible.
They play. I really don't know
what's going on.
No, he didn't take.
He didn't take. He didn't do anything.
And someone, oh my god, what happened? Someone is making noises or something like that?
Yeah, probably. Knight f5, king h7 played. King h7 played. So I wonder if it's not. If it's not the
he's
end.
Not very happy. He didn't like that.
Of course.
No.
Of course, he's very nervous. He knows he was completely winning for, not accidentally for one move, but he was winning for most part of the game, and now he lets it slip. And
maybe they were talking very loud, and he just is very distracting. And if you are like very nervous with seconds in the clock.
Yeah, but you know what I noticed during my career? That you are distracted with
Okay.
noise if you're already not happy with the position.
He just made a move with.
With like few seconds,
Yes.
yeah. With 11 seconds.
Can we see? Can we have the looking of the clock? Maybe that view.
Now
Thank you.
he is in trouble after rook h3 check. He's in trouble. Black has a fantastically strong move, knight to h5, preventing rook g3. I'm not sure if it's possible to play this move because you have to see this line, king g6, stopping rook g5, and after bishop e8 you actually go king f6.
No, that's.
And after that, no, this is crazy. Like knight
No,
g3,
it looks
g1
like-
queen. But this is how you win. If you find knight h5, you might actually win. Because otherwise,
He,
king.
okay. He made a move with 5 seconds. I can see in the clock 35 seconds.
Yeah. If you go here, you still don't lose, of course, already, because pawns are too dangerous, but also you don't win. And going knight h5 might actually win you the game.
But it doesn't make sense to go knight h5 too much, right? Like.
No, you're stopping rook g3. So your knight
Yeah.
h5 makes sense because you want to promote into queen, right?
Yes. Okay.
You want to promote into queen. So that actually, I believe Chigaev at least considers this move.
Yes.
The other thing is, like, it's not clear if you can or cannot do it, but it's definitely worth consideration.
He's thinking.
And on board 12, the game that we kept looking at, finally white found the way to win, it seems. And now the rooks have been exchanged and the queens are getting exchanged and white is an exchange.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand.
So Lorenzo Lodici is winning. Here on this board 9, we have no idea what's going to happen.
Yeah. Maybe he saw it. Everyone has to stay until this game finish.
Yeah.
Is
And
that-
we have to stay until this game finishes, absolutely. Whoa.
The chat thinks he saw it.
Yeah, that's the moment. I mean, to make difference between king g6 and king g8, you don't need to spend like 2 minutes, 3 minutes. You just decide, okay, this is the one I'm playing, and I go. And since he's sitting and waiting here,
Oh my god,
knight
he
h5,
played it.
yes.
Oh my god,
Yes.
2 minutes in the clock. Oh no,
Yes.
and he's really angry. He reacted. Yes.
Yeah, but that's, I mean, you know, almost like not looking at the position, I could be able to tell that, like, Chigaev, that's kind of, you know, the
No.
turning point in this game. Because the first time Chigaev has realistic
Oh my God.
winning chance,
I want to see the clock.
he's going to win.
Yes.
I'm
oh my god, the clock.
I'm betting he's
7
going to-
seconds, 6 seconds,
What?
5,
What?
4, 3, 2, 2. He took the knight.
He took the knight, of course, yeah. Took the knight, so now king g6, and then, well, I don't even know what the best move is. Okay, bishop
my God.
e8 according to the machine.
Yes.
King f6, and no, you just win. Like with white, it's impossible. On 30 seconds to play this position, it's simply impossible. What a turn!
Oh my god.
I mean, there was +5 at some point. Like black could not move. I mean, could you imagine these pawns would,
I would
ever
cry.
like get to g2 and f3? That's incredible.
Yeah. Okay, he just played. I don't know.
Yeah,
what
he didn't give a check. He did what? Rook h3.
And
I
he
think
gave the knight.
he played rook h3, hoping for g1, rook g3, and then after king f5, black is completely winning. The g pawn promote. No, wait a second. It wasn't even this. Knight h4, king takes h5, takes the rook.
But he's not promoting?
It is.
Uh,
He takes on f3. Now, if you take by accident, it's a check, but you can go king h6. Can go king h6.
and he did.
And he did it. King h6, next move you take the knight, and that's it. Well, white can go knight g1, rook g1, take here,
and try to play with the 2 pawns.
and try to play with 2 pawns. And actually, once again, white is unlucky. He's one move away from a draw because he could, if the king is on c2, he goes king b3, there is no check, and it would be a draw. But king c2, there is this silly rook c1 check and then promotion.
Yeah.
Crazy. Like
Bad luck.
Yeah, I mean, one could say like you should have played better, but indeed.
Oh my God.
And he did go knight g1.
And with, again, 2 seconds in the clock.
Knight g1.
Jesus.
You take on g1, yes.
And bishop takes.
Yeah, you should take bishop g2, rook g2, king c3. But yeah, this should be easy. This should be easy. I mean, a4, just go king f8, a5 here. And white's problem is that it's either king stops the pawn or you go too far, then it's rook g6
1
and
second.
rook a6.
3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
1 second in the clock.
Yeah, played a move on 1 second, but this is already gone.
He's not happy. It's understandable. The feelings, you are playing a game there and you are winning all the game, and suddenly the pawns are promoting of your opponent. You are up a piece. It's so hard. Yes, and I really understand him.
So after king c3, yeah, just move the king.
Yes.
Just move the king. I'm even surprised, like, why Chigavi is thinking, because you have two pieces to move, king or the rook. Like, moving the rook, you're helping your opponent. So the rook will always find the way, but you will never win this game with the king on h6. So king g7 is, like, king g7, king g6, it's not so important.
Yeah.
You want to be with the king there on b7 or b8 in front of the pawns. That's it. He actually plays rook g4. Why would you do this? I mean, it is winning. I agree, it is winning. So after this, what does he do?
Just bring
so
the king.
That's what he wants. And the same pattern, yes, to cut off the king. And then after b6 to go here. b4 played.
Yes.
b4 played. So now, I mean, technically, one could give a check and then all of a sudden it's a draw, right?
Yeah.
No, it's not. Anyway.
No.
King g6. A few moves left.
Yeah, he's...
a4.
Yes.
King.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. f6.
The last moves.
But now you can tell that he knows himself that he
Yes.
lost Bronstein. a5. King e6. King here. a7 and then rook g8. Just in time.
Yeah. Okay.
I don't even know what's going on board 2. It's a drawish position, but they keep playing.
Yeah. Okay.
Again, 20 seconds. No, it's not. Now it's more than a minute. He played a few moves in a row, but now, yeah, all the time in the world cannot save you. And board 2, yeah. So all the drama clarified on board 9. Chigaev is winning this crazy game. That's the least probable result. Yeah, and on board 2, we have this position. So white has 2 connected passed pawns in the opposite colored bishop's endgame, but pawns are not far enough advanced. And then, yeah, like, first of all, to start moving these pawns, you will have to come back with the king. So I'm not even sure what Musad is playing for. Like, black can literally just wait with the king on like f7 and stuff. I guess. Oh, no, wait a second. I'm saying something really stupid now. Because king f7, king g5, white's winning. Because it guarantees that he's gonna get the pawns on f5 and g4. Ah, nice. What?
What is being
So he's waiting with the king on f6. He's going bishop d1, bishop, what, a5 and bishop e2. Wow. So this is almost like a study.
Yeah.
So waiting with the bishop on d1 and e2.
Did he resign?
Chigayev, Bronstein Chigayev? No, I mean, they're making moves, but I think that there is not much White can do. He has to come to terms with himself, because of course it's a very, very painful loss in the game that he honestly deserved to win, like the way he played the first half. But then it was just not precise enough at the very, very end.
Okay.
I don't know what's going on here.
The bishop is doing a tour.
Yeah, like there's some dancing with the bishop, exactly. Yeah. King e6.
Okay, they finished the game. They already resigned.
Yes. So, or Bronstein resigns and Chigayev, yeah, exactly. He's shocked himself that he managed to win this one. I mean, I believe, like, not in the wildest dreams he could imagine winning this game. So this is done. Board 12, the one that we were watching a lot. I mean, it got stuck, but yeah, White's completely winning, it seems. Maybe the game is finished already, by the way. So
yeah,
the queens got exchanged.
Okay, I think this game is a draw. Maybe we can finish here.
Yeah, let's just quickly, I'll show how. Yeah, White won here. And on board 2, how many moves they've played? I'm just wondering. So rooks exchanged, bishop d1. And he's just sitting and waiting like this. What? No. This is my analysis.
Yeah.
Never mind. This is the real position. King f7. No, king f7 is. Why doesn't it update? I don't know. It stopped updating for me. This board has stopped updating. Wait a second. Is it still a draw? This might be the big question for me. I don't know what's going on, but looks like an error with the PGN file. I cannot get an update on position. So the analysis board that we have is not correct. It's not the real position. So what do? Do we declare this one to be a draw, or?
Yes.
But how do you know? Are you sure you would make a draw if you would have to play? Yeah.
I'm not sure.
So this is it. This is the problem. I know what to.
What do you think, guys? Do you think this is a draw?
It should be a draw with them. Yeah. Okay. Let's see. King g6. Now he will. Now, so the way to make a draw is to go bishop b5 or bishop a6 and put the bishop on c8. And Michalewski should know it normally.
No,
Michalewski should know it.
Yes.
So you put the bishop on c8. I don't know how do I.
Yeah.
I would like very much to be able to show what's going on, but. Okay, maybe I'll just get this position on my board manually.
There is a glitch with the clock, so this is not the real.
Yeah. Wait a second. Here. I'll get it now. I'll get it now. So it's this, and I can show it. Yeah. So if we can get it, okay. The clock. Never mind the clock. I mean, my analysis board will be saying that someone lost on time. They do have the time because they played a lot of moves. So basically, what you have to do, or rather, what? Yeah, and he does it. Bishop to a6. And the reason is that you want to, yeah, you wait for white to play a4, and then you go here.
And then you give the bishop?
Yeah, whenever white is trying f5, you just sacrifice the bishop. And it's important to do it from this side, because if you keep the bishop on this diagonal, white can try to go here, 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 and get to e5, and then support the pawn.
Yeah, I think I saw this.
Yeah, and with the bishop on c8, you also target the g4 pawn, and therefore
the king cannot leave.
Yeah.
Okay, and then this is
so f5 takes king f5,
and
it is a draw, and this is also will be the end of our coverage, and we cannot be happier than this.
Yes, this is the end, and it's very instructive to know this. How to draw this.
Okay, so what do we have? We have Yair Parhov, who won against Niklas Huschenbeth as a sole leader after 4 rounds, the only person in the tournament on 4 out of 4. And then, of course, a lot of people on 3.5.
Yeah.
Including Maxim Chigayev, who really came back from dead, right? When winning this game, it's absolutely incredible. I still cannot believe he won. Yeah. So there are possibly some games still in progress on lower boards, but...
These are the results?
Yeah. These are the results. We know that on board 2 it's a draw, so you can see like anyone who won in this leading group is on 3.5 tied for the second place, and there is more on boards from 11 to 20, so it's a huge tie for the second place, and the only leader is once again
Yair
Parhov from Israel.
International master.
International master. So he has a perfect scenario for getting the grandmaster norm. Very good start. Already played couple of grandmasters. So really well done. Just needs to keep scoring points. He might have enough of a plus, by the way. Maybe even if he scores 50% in the remaining rounds, it could be good enough for a GM norm, but he also can, of course, try to win the tournament being a leader.
Okay.
I think
2 hours for the next round.
Even less. So yeah, we probably should say that we are going for a very long break, and we will be back with round 5. Yeah, guys, thanks, and see you less than in 2 hours.
Okay.